Well, I'll broadly, when you send me the email and you asked whether I would speak about microfinance, it does seem, it has been almost now 10 years since I have worked on microfinance. And, it's not on account of my shifting interest. Of course, there was a joke in the family that now I do nano finance. But that was the nature of the research. Of course, there are deep insights. A lot of experimentation happened in the early stage to really understand financial decision making of households. And while a lot of it was, what I would term still under the neoclassical, the problems of people not having information, right decision making. Many times we did believe that there were behavioral impediments, that all, the conditions notwithstanding, sometimes households were still making decisions which seemed um, to be irrational, from the simple point of view. And I remember one of the earlier papers we looked at, but, again, Vishy, from a larger policy perspective, it becomes very relevant today, is, from the health insurance perspective. And I'll
Yeah.
focus a little bit on health, largely because that's what now, my life is consumed by work around health. And of course, we are in the middle of a pandemic. But, households, even while they are buying health insurance and they are covered, they are not filing as many claims. And there was a systematic pattern to that as well, which got us into the literature of financial literacy. How much information they had, but even if they had, did they still require certain interventions in the form of nudges, friends coming and telling them to go and file claims and so on and so forth. Subsequently, of course, they were also metrics of what one would call empowerment. Because in the normal market sense, when we think we have a good financial instruments and households have already bought it, to not use it would seem extremely weird from the simple neoclassical perspective. So that's where I think the behavioral, my interest in product design, particularly for bottom of the pyramid, if you look at people who are financially fragile, that is where my interest was kindled. But subsequently, behavioral, I think sciences or behavioral economics has now pretty much permeated all aspects of policy making. For instance, even today, despite shortages of vaccine, we know that there is a very significant vaccine hesitancy. Now, for people who are interested in behavioral economics or behavioral sciences, it's important for the researchers, and maybe it is not, it is too academic a discussion in the policy circuit, that is it really behavioral or is it really a lack of information? Is it coming from transparency, a lack of transparency in terms of efficacy of vaccine? And there's a lot of conspiracy theory. We are also in the midst of age of, I think, misinformation. So before we term everything as behavioral, I think it is important to understand that from a policy perspective, right now there is a kitchen sink approach. That look, if there is vaccine hesitancy and we are actually wasting 7 to 8% vaccine in certain parts, we have to try everything. A lot of it is information campaign, but now there are very serious discussions on how to work on this hesitancy, how to get people to go and get themselves vaccinated when they are eligible. So that is broadly, Vishay, as an introductory sort of a remark, I'd say my interest has moved from financial inclusion to health, but in the policy space, I think behavioral sort of an angle perspective to policy making and appropriate behavior from citizenship or agents, I think is a wider sort of a much more common problem today than it has ever been.
Shamika, by the way, I just quickly wanted to point out the talk about microfinance was more coming from the point of the view that I had read a lot of work there and I cited some of your work. So that's where I just pointed it out. By no means did I mean to, say that that's an exhaustive set of stuff that you work on. Great to know about. I mean, I'd also looked at your other work that came out in Lancet recently and a couple of other papers. So therefore, I know the fact that you're going to talk a lot about health, and of course, I'm geared up for that.
Thank you for my reaching my level.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So So let me bring in the other panelist, Jeevan, who is not only a panelist but also a very valued colleague and a co-teacher and a friend in all in all those aspects. So Jeevan, if you could quickly introduce yourself by maybe describing some of the work that you're doing currently, and we'll take a discussion from there.
So very nice to be here. Thanks, Rishi. Thanks, Shamika. Good to listen from you. So I work on a variety of topics. So my recent work has been to analyze, what are the effects of gender quotas within organizations. We are seeing these 50% affirmative action for women in various corporations. What's going to be the impact of this in terms of any blowbacks that we may see? Uh, some recent research has also looked at, how can we sort of increase support for lockdowns. Like it looks like that we may need a second dose of at least lockdowns in regions, in states, and so on. What can we do to increase sort of support for this? Some other research with students at IMA has been optimal targeting for charities. We also have this whole debate about opinions are very polarized nowadays. So we are looking at any economic effects of such polarization, that there are camps on the right and left, and people are not willing to talk. What are there any economic effects of that? In general, this is sort of the more real world relevant research that I have. A lot of my research is quite technical in understanding exactly how human beings think about, say, dynamic problems. How do they approach them? So that's been another side. How do people deal with ambiguity in their lives? How do they sort of process them in their minds? And that becomes a bit more technical. But the good thing is about behavioral economics is it goes back both, as Shamika is saying, to policy making, as well as sort of expanding the horizons for neoclassical microeconomics, and saying, these things don't quite work, and here's examples of how people are actually behaving even when incentives are involved. And so, what can we do to sort of understand this? But I absolutely agree with you, Shamika, that the first step is to sort of understand standard economics. A lot of the times there are answers there. For example, people not vaccinating because they don't have information. So just to say that everything is behavioral is I completely agree that we should not jump the gun. Sometimes the explanation is obvious and it's already explained by standard economics concepts, and therefore I feel that that if one sort of knows those concepts well enough, then one actually is better able to sort of say, well, no, there's no such explanation in economics that we all know of, and so therefore we have to go to a behavioral reason. And there is great research in the past of, for example, Duflo et al.'s research on take up of immunization, or take up of new agricultural technology because of present bias, for example. So it has been, standard economists sort of working in the neoclassical space have also discovered great applications of behavioral economics in the field. But I completely agree that we shouldn't just jump the gun and say everything is behavioral. In this case, it may simply be a lack of information. I completely agree that we need a kitchen sink approach that's being followed right now. But anyway, my research is works. There's some work in policy space, as well as in going back to sort of the nitty gritties of economic models. And so I teach behavioral economics here, a course also with Vichy, and so that's, and my research is in game theory and behavioral economics.
I have a very interesting question from one of the panelists, but I think we're going to skip this. Sorry, one of the audience. Which vaccine is more safe, Covaxin or Covishield? I don't think we should be talking about that. We are all doctors, I know, but not the kind of doctors who should be qualified in commenting on that part of it. So therefore, more as more as an aside than anything else. So let's actually start out some things. Jeevan, I know you've written an article in Scroll recently about managing pandemic with behavioral nudges and behavioral methods. Can you, for the can you elaborate a little bit more on what you've written there? What are some of the policy messages that you have?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so we were working on figuring out, how can we increase support for. So I mean, we did a extensive survey in rural areas in Telangana, where we looked at, very early on in March 2020, April 2020, May 2020, what was the sort of level of awareness. And we were expecting that people may not be aware of various things, and they may be hesitant in getting themselves tested or admitted to the hospital and so on. We found quite the reverse. On the contrary, we found that people were extremely scared of COVID, and they were willing to go to hospital in a day or two. And they knew all the specifics, that you have to sneeze like that you have to wear a mask, you have to do this and that and the other. We were really really impressed. And so when time came that things were sort of calming down, but second waves were sort of starting to begin. We started wondering that what will happen, like how will we generate demands for lockdowns again when we need it. Like it seems like we need it now in several regions, that we need a lockdown again. So how do you generate demand for it? It certainly, I mean, you can't give information about COVID because people already know all there is to know about COVID. Most people almost completely are well aware of the dangers and the precautions, etc. But we found that simply making the message salient by a simple sort of phone message, 1 minute phone message with no actual informational content, but just making it salient to them, can actually increase support for lockdowns by about 25 to 33%. That people start saying, well, yeah, that sounds like a good policy. We should have that for longer and so on. So really it makes sense to me that the government still has those phone messages playing on our phones, especially if you call from Delhi or something. You get this sort of 1 minute mandatory message where you just have to listen to a message, telephonic message that's put there. My only concern with that is that it's become sort of run of the mill now, that it is no longer salient in some sense. The messages of Amitabh Bachchan and film stars sort of saying these things. It's been going on since March, April last year, right? And so I think we need to sort of work to make these messages salient. And if we do, our research shows that sort of it can significantly boost demand for lockdown and so on. So I think government also needs to, and all of us sort of need to design sort of interventions where COVID becomes salient again. And so that is something that I mean I see directly from my own research. But I have also started wondering about, this is now conjectures, if all this sort of emphasis on wearing masks in open public spaces backfires when we go to private spaces. So we all know there's a lot of research on how incentives can sometimes backfire, and we have strong incentives for wearing masks in public because the cops catch us and penalize us. But I wonder if people sort of have a limited ability to wear masks for a limited number of hours in the day. And when they go inside, I often see this behavior among our colleagues and friends and so on. The people are so tired of wearing masks through the journey. They come to the AC room with 5 other people and take off their masks. So I mean, this is something I want to research in. I've been planning designs around it, but let's see if I am able to do it or not. But anyway, those two are sort of the main thoughts that are going through my mind right now. Shamika, maybe?
I'm still, getting used to the online etiquette of unmuting oneself when speaking. I don't think I'll get used to that ever. But nonetheless, Shamika, can you add to that, please? I mean, what do you think? How do you think that behavioral research methods, if you will, two aspects to it actually I'd like specifically for you to comment on. We are living in the age of misinformation, is very clear. What, and I think most often than not, misinformation spreads not because people are malicious, right? Misinformation spreads because people are just trigger happy. I got a WhatsApp forward. I felt this is great. Don't bother. Just forward it to all my friends and all that stuff. This is a very peculiar kind of a behavior that I find, especially in health and health-related misinformation that is being spread. So, if you could extend what Jeevan was talking about in terms of using behavioral, economics insights to think about pandemic, specifically from health point of view. And I have other question that I'll follow up after this one. Yeah.
So, thank you, Jeevan. In fact, I'm going to look at the scroll paper. Also because, there are very few surveys, unfortunately. While we have had a year of experimentation, trial and error, but we have few surveys. And this is where I think the NCAER surveys that were done, for me, were very insightful. And, subsequently, these surveys are truly the picture of, what's happening. And since we cannot, we're not seeing large government surveys being done, the NSS, for instance, or even the census was suspended. I don't know what's the update on that. The feedback from the ground of the nature that Jivant is talking about becomes very, very important to really get a sense of, what's happening beyond, what the news, TV news will tell us, beyond what social influencers, etc., tell us, beyond what politicians tell us. But I think one is, I want to just briefly comment on the demand for lockdown. I have found, just looking at the behaviors across different democracies. For instance, there's a paper we wrote early on the quality of data and whether the nature of the regime, the more democratic a country is, the better the data, the more credible the data coming out of that country. And in that sense, the US, India, they're all flawed democracies, but they have relatively, much better data than authoritarian countries and so on. But these are large macro level sort of informations that we are working on. But on the lockdown, you're seeing what is happening in Sweden, a country that is openly discussing, debating, and frankly taking a polar position on should no lockdowns. You're having that discussion happen in a lot of countries, including in the US, that it really goes against individual freedom, and for those who are wedded to that philosophy, and for them it's a way of life, lockdowns become very difficult to digest, right? But in India, we are not having that discussion. In fact, lockdown, despite the problems faced by the migrant population, as was made aware, through massive reverse migration, what we saw on the TV. But, the Bihar election data, when we started to analyze, we saw that the poor were overwhelmingly voting for NDA. And of course, that had a lot to do with the fact that it wasn't just the lockdown. And therefore, Jivant, I'm coming to the demand for lockdown. From a policy perspective, these are the big questions that we have to sort of grapple with. People who have suffered probably also realize that, look, these are exogenous shocks. There is, everyone wants to get home. We cannot have the kind of containment with, let's say, China or even smaller but more authoritarian places like Singapore have, that you cannot go back from Bombay, you cannot go back to Patna because you will take the virus with you. So in democracies and our kind of federal system, it becomes very difficult to contain. So lockdown happened, lockdown was very stringent, and yet there is a huge amount of support for it. In the sense, when it comes to voting with their feet, when it comes to election outcomes, when it, a lot of this macro level, when we are studying, we get the sense that people have more or less adhered to what the in the sense, what the general understanding was that without a lockdown, given our meager health infrastructure, there is no way we can manage this. And people sort of abided. But then we come to the more individual aspect of our behavior, why we don't wear masks, when clearly we know what mask is doing. There is so much literature. And now overwhelmingly supporting that mask might be the single most cost-effective intervention that stops the spread. And yet, you're right. I mean, I tend to do that too. You go out for a run, the minute you come home, and even if there are, you just take it off because you're not used to it. And then, of course, you think of the doctors and nurses who have marks on their faces because they've been wearing it for hours. But I think there is a very, huge potential for behavioral interventions. I think we really, good behavior, even when, is it cost of information? Is it compliance, or let's say the cost of, enforcing, let's say, good behavior, like, being fined, the cops catching you. Now, the High Court ruling that you have to wear a mask even when you're driving all alone. So we are having a debate, a policy discussion at one sort of one end of the distribution of behavior, when the risk clearly is perceived to be very low when you're on your own in the car, but we want mask wearing, right? But on the other hand, we are seeing big election rallies. You
So
go to
this, sorry for interrupting you, but this very interesting point you make. The argument that the court has come up with that even if you're driving alone, you should wear a mask is probably as behavioral as it can get because, scientifically speaking, I don't know if you're traveling alone in a car, you don't necessarily need a mask, but I think it's a way of getting people to adhere to these rules and it's a way of telling people how important it is.
Yeah. So I completely agree with you. That is, I think, the better way to look at it, which is that, look, I mean, you want people to wear masks. So the more you begin to exclude, places and times when you need it, compliance becomes that much more complicated in terms to enforce. But I think there is a simpler legal explanation. They have gone by precedence that a car in a public space is public. So in the law, I think many times, as economists, when we are looking for deeper insights, and I think those insights they might be there, but they are really the unintended consequences. The reasons are sometimes more straightforward legal precedents, that a car in a public space is considered public, and that is what the earlier ruling was, so let's go ahead with it. And you're seeing resistance to that as well, by the way. So people are not happy about it and so on because they are fed up, as Jeevant also mentioned. But the age of misinformation, Vishy, that you spoke about, and I'm very interested, Jeevant, how you shape your future research on what is happening, what is the economic cost of polarization. It is not an esoteric problem, I think. It is not an academic problem, excuse me. It is a real world problem where we have seen what social media and misinformation can do, the kind of havoc it can wreak to democracies, particularly open plural democracies, which are much more prone to this kind of polarization. Right? We are seeing that even in the Indian case. I mean, we are seeing, in fact, even before people open their mouths, exactly what positions they are going to espouse, because we have also, we know that there are buckets and people are comfortable in the echo chambers that they that they have joined. But policy making clearly, and even if they're peripheral, mind you, this is the I think the interesting thing about democracies, that even though popularly elected governments clearly have the mandate, so they are going about it the right way. But governance, meaning day-to-day governance, is not about knowing what the truth is, because human behavior is so complicated. And I think that is where the role of expertise and data comes in, that we don't know what is the best way. So when someone asks you whether Covaxin is better or Covishield is better, we will probably start to look at the data, but the policy response is, boss, whatever you are getting, if you are eligible, get it. Because there is no choice in the market. And this is not just, there are very few countries that actually have choice. So I think the framing of the problem becomes very important to, first of all, even analyze it, I think, from a research perspective, if we're really interested in deeper insights. But it becomes equally, maybe if not more important, from a policy perspective, that sometimes we tend to ascribe to a hypothesis, a certain phenomenon, while the reasons might be totally different. And they might be much more mundane and not as sexy as, our research would like it to believe. And that is where I think the conversation amongst economists, I think the polarization does a lot more harm, I think, to the field. And I think also we should talk more to the political scientists, because clearly now, when we talk of large policy making, we're talking about human rights, individual rights. This is really at the sort of the cusp of economic behavior. This is going back to Lionel Robbins' definition of economics, study of individual behavior, human behavior, but also in the governance structure of democracy. Policy has to incorporate both, that where are we overstepping, and what are the real levers which will be most cost effective.
Thanks. I would like to extend the discussion on this. You talked about a very interesting argument of polarization, and I think I see a very relevant and excellent question that came out from the audience. In that sense, Dhananjay, I think, is the one who is asking this question, and I think This is how I understand it. There's a COVID message that's going on. There are COVID sort of restrictions, rules. Human says demand for lockdown, as scary as it is, it might probably be the only solution, etc., etc. Is the message perception different from different groups? I mean, Shamika, you've been doing a lot of work on policy and data related to COVID. I know your Twitter handle is very, very popular, and people follow that, including myself, for the data and all that stuff that's coming out. Is there a different perception among different groups about COVID? Do you see something like this, or and if it is, can we actually have a discussion around it in terms of what's making COVID message take? What groups are more? Is it generated by political polarization? Is it generated by economic polarization? How do we define the word polarization actually in every sense of the word? Because to me, that's a quintessential behavioral question. When you ask somebody, they would define polarization from the point of view of financial aspects. Some of us who probably have no problems worrying about that aspect of life will probably be talking about thought process and all that. My grandmother will be talking about completely different aspect of religion and a few things like that. So if I could ask both of you, since you've been doing a lot of work on this area, how do you define the word polarization in one sense? And how is it that you could make the messages that are of public importance, especially something that comes out during pandemics or during national emergencies, if you will, right? To be universal and overcome this issue of polarization. Sorry, I'm going to stop here. People are here to listen to you. So go ahead, please.
Jivant, you want to go first?
Well, so sure, I can go first. But Vishi, in my research, we looked at a very synthetic sort of. So we wanted to study the effect of polarization very carefully. So actually, idea of some of our MBA students in my elective course, that they manipulated, sort of created synthetic Twitter profiles and added a couple of controversial aspects of, say, about abortion or some of the controversial policies that governments have. And they looked at, suppose Shamika has a complete extremely different opinion from me on a sensitive issue. And if I see her Twitter profile, and then Shamika and I enter into an economic negotiation, how does that negotiation go relative to the case where Shamika and I are on the same page? And we found, I mean, the students and I sort of together found that economic negotiations sort of collapse when you don't like the Twitter profile or the opinions sort of put forth by somebody you're negotiating with. So what we sort of found in our research was that if you find that the other person is from the other end of the spectrum, the economic negotiations between you don't run so well. You don't trust them. You are sort of you give up on deals that are mutually sort of beneficial to you. And think about it, a lot of our economy works on trust, on say small business people owning their own business, mom and pop stores, negotiating. Everything works on trust. Not everything is written. Very little is written in terms of legal sort of documents, or it's contracts, etc. Right? So a lot of it runs on trust, and when that breaks down between these sort of polarized opinions, then we have sort of lots of money left on the table as a society, because we didn't go into a negotiation that would have been mutually beneficial. We didn't do a trade that would have been mutually beneficial. And so we have to sort of be careful in sort of generalizing this to the entire economy, but it's a worrying sign that different opinion on certain political matters can sort of affect our economic activities. And so this is a point made by many thinkers that, oh, polarization is hurting and so on and so forth. But we sort of said that no, let's look at it carefully, let's try to study it carefully. And it certainly, lab evidence is that this is the case, that people are losing out on good deals because they have polarized opinion. And so there are real economic costs of actually having polarized opinions. Now, on the aspect of COVID and polarization, I hope that, I mean, at least what we found is that there was, on the ground, we found that there was no, I mean, people were sort of trusting government sources, central. So in Telangana, BJP is not the government in power, right? The NDA is not the government in power. Yet they were trusting NDA messages as well as sort of Telangana messages and so on. So it wasn't that there was a distrust of central government because there's a different party. So so that's what we found in our limited research. But that's all I have to say about that. So maybe Shamika can sort of step in right now.
Thank you. So, Jeevan, this is, I think it will be fascinating to measure the loss due to polarization. But of course, we are defining also economic cost very narrowly right now, because naturally, you want to be able to measure it. But we know the social capital, the kind of cost it is going to inflict in society, because there is a lot of trade which becomes very difficult to even measure, right? But clearly, the explicit ones, when there is a transaction, flow of money, let's say, and therefore the money on the table, it becomes more explicit to measure. I think that will be a fascinating piece of research, and I definitely look out for it. Uh, I think we'll have to extend, because it is becoming a part of our day-to-day lives. And of course, like in the US election, we did see what role misinformation can play, and sort of lack of trust, etc. But I believe, the best way to fight this is through information, and more credible information, Rishi. And I think this is where it goes back to the problem at hand, which is more immediate in terms of the polarization happening from COVID itself. We are fortunate that we are not seeing the kind of protests which the US has seen against masks, for instance.
Absolutely.
We are not seeing the kind of rioting which Ireland, economies after economies, countries are fed up. And so now you are seeing that come out in various forms. Now, India is a very large country, but from whatever is being measured and talked about, and of course, despite the claims, I think media here is relatively free and loud, thank God. So we are getting a sense also from highly local, areas. Sometimes it could be because of elections as well. The local reporting seems to suggest, by and large, people are complying. And I think that is what, the survey that Jeevan talked about, that sort of reinforces that belief despite hardships. And I think this is where, like, the hardship is what your economic cost is, to some of these policy interventions. People are by and large compliant. And but of course, the issue is for how long. And that is where I think lockdown as a decision has to seriously be, it has to be debated now. Because the reality is, and this was an early paper that came out, from the Brookings papers that, in last fall, when the first quarter reduction in the GDP happened, almost 24%, there was a great deal of worry that why is it that while in Europe we understand they've had massive number of deaths, so the COVID death rate itself is very high. For those countries to go into complete lockdown and therefore to see a reduction in GDP, economic activity, is understandable, because that is the cost you are paying for the spread of the virus. But in India, where the death rate has been low, even if you account for the fact that there are reporting problems, but even in places like Delhi, where there is a lot more scrutiny, the courts are involved, the media is involved, the death rate is not anywhere close to what Western Europe or the US, etc., are having. But even here, the economic lockdown, if you look at the decline in economic activity, huge, right? 85% decline over March, April, etc., April, May. So now the discussion of, one is generating demand or broadly selling the idea of going into a lockdown, but the other, which is a much more policy relevant question, is for a country of our level of income. We are not affluent by any metrics. And while technically we might fall into the lower middle income or whatever, we are still a very poor country by many metrics. So for us to go into a lockdown, the opportunity cost is very high. And in terms of livelihoods, the COVID is not the only cause of death in India. And I've been saying this since March, that I understand why we should go into a lockdown in the beginning when we did not understand this beast. This was a totally new, and we knew the reality of our healthcare infrastructure. We didn't even have proper masks, PPEs. Many states, forget districts, many states did not have ICMR approved laboratories. So we could not even have tested. From that reality to, let's say, 6 months later, by September, October, when every state has that basic infrastructure at the district level, that basic infrastructure which supports need, I mean, which is required for a pandemic like this, it has been put in place, right? Now, going into a lockdown now against a death rate which is like 120 per million, while Europe has 2000 plus in many parts, that is the serious discussion we have to have. We cannot be mimicking other countries in terms of lockdowns where our death rates are not. Infections are high. Now, but this is where Vishy, the science is also polarized. Let's not pretend that the science is very definitive. Like, as economists, we are looking at the numbers, and that is the best we can do. The epidemiologists have stuck their neck out and been burnt repeatedly. But the virologists and the immunologists are yet to tell us why is the death rate low in India.
Yeah.
Right? Is it innate immunity here? Is it the virus itself? That the sort of the strand which is common here might not be that deadly, etc. That information is just not available. Now, against that lack of information, this trial and error, the policy making therefore becomes one of making huge policies in the middle of a lot of uncertainty. We really do not have information on a lot of it, and therefore the lockdown decision, I think, is a compliance. Yes, I think we should improve people's behavior. Cancel parties if you don't have to. Why are we having weddings of 500 people?
Right.
Delhi has been partying now for many months. And then, of course, then you get calls saying, number kyun badh rahe hai? Why do you think it is increasing? And then, so we have to introspect as citizens and individuals. And I think that is where the behavioral interventions are very,
Right.
very useful.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think interesting points you make, but I'm going to push a little bit. I mean, I think, sorry, but when I was initially thinking of moderating this panel, and given the profile of both of you, I was thinking of talking about multiplicity of topics, but suddenly now I realize that 50 minutes is too short to just even move out of COVID, actually, to be honest. And so therefore, let me stick to it and do a good justice to this one topic of health and COVID and not necessarily labor on others. At least in the interest of time, let me open this up. One of the things that I've noticed COVID has done is health insurance and the importance of health insurance to the citizens. We also know from the data that the adaptability of insurance in India is slightly on the lower side, even among the community that actually is able to afford. What can we do in terms of behavioral nudges that would make healthcare available to all? That's one side of it, which is a policy. I'm not going to get there, but more importantly, what can the citizens do to make sure that they are able to afford the healthcare in the form of insurance, if you will? What can we do to help to make insurance more acceptable to the common public? Maybe that's a long and short of the question. Shamika, if you could.
That's such a fundamental question, Vishy. And I think in the policy circuit, it gets pushed aside or brushed aside as, oh, it's an academic discussion and so on and so forth. But I think it is right now where we are sitting, where India's healthcare policy making is concerned from a long term, let's say 100-year perspective. We are sitting at a very important juncture where we have to determine whether our long-term health care is going to be financed by health insurance as a financial instrument, or should we really be doing more?
Yeah.
Because we know what private market-driven health insurance can do. We are seeing from places like the US. US spends 18% of GDP on healthcare, and they have more or less similar, if not worse, health outcomes as Singapore, which spends 4%. So it's not about how much you spend. It's about the nature of the instrument. What is the incentive structure which is commensurate or imbibed by a certain financial instrument. Insurance, as at least three of us are very well aware, insurance has deep problems of information asymmetry.
Absolutely.
Moral hazard, and the kind of overutilization, adverse selection. Who's getting insured or who is seeking? The people who think, who need it. And therefore, the market becomes one where you need compulsory coverage, etc., right? Which is what Ayushman Bharat is attempting for the bottom 40%. And they've done a great job of extending RSBY and really extending the coverage itself. So the value for money in that sense, it's good, and it's a great step towards universal health coverage. But we have to worry when a lot of it, the reality is a financial instrument. Health insurance is just that. It is as good or bad as the actual healthcare it can buy, right? So imagine in states where very large percentage of your healthcare is private. It is not governed by the same set of incentives that public health structure is, right? So we know, for instance, if you look at the data, and we have a sort of a series of papers looking at across states who uses district hospitals, right? Government infrastructure. And we are seeing that, in states where government hospitals work well, rich and poor across quintile groups, people are going to district hospitals. It's like in Delhi, you go to AIMS because you know that there is no overutilization in terms of overdiagnosis. There is no incentive that the doctor has if you have access. Of course, it's one hospital, and therein lies the iniquities. But in places where you don't have well-run health infrastructure, public infrastructure, it is not like the poor are necessarily going to district hospital, though it is bad, and the rich are going to the corporate hospitals. That's not true, because healthcare is so immediate, and it is, it's like all your fundamental rights as a citizen are suspended the day you fall sick. So it is so basic that even in places where even poor people are prefer to go to private care and pay a lot of money than go to a bad government hospital. And therein lies the big problems of health insurance from a long-term perspective for India. That in states where costs are not going to escalate, because that health insurance is basically financing care which is in the public sector.
Right.
Right? Because cost escalation is not going to happen. And why do I say that? If you look at government hospitals, 12% of deliveries are cesarean.
Right.
And that is about the general sort of incidence in nature. 10 to 12% deliveries tend to become complicated as a natural phenomenon, and therefore require C-section. In the private hospital, that number in many states is 36%. Now that's a multiple, and it's telling you what incentive structure in private healthcare can do, even when you have publicly financed health insurance schemes.
Correct.
So from a long-term perspective, I think the sustainability or the viability of health insurance becomes a very big
question. Yeah, it has to be questioned.
Public health structure is not,
I mean, one of the behavioral things that I am noticing, and I think this is something that comes out of my work with Sanket and one more of our PhD students, is this that we got to stop calling it as healthcare expenditure at some point, and we'll have to start calling it as healthcare investment, because the more money countries are putting in on healthcare, the greater would be the effect on not just GDP, but also in terms of innovation potential and entrepreneurship and all that stuff. These are some of the effects that we are finding. So therefore, I think it's an excellent point you make, saying that at some point in time, we'll have to think of moving to a more sustainable system, which is partly government controlled, partly private controlled, but you do have to move away from the insurance base, because the amount of information that you're talking about that needs to make private insurance work, is in some sense compromising on privacy of every one of us in a significant way.
More than the privacy, I worry about negligence, medical. The private care is not well regulated right now, so there are all those other tensions. But Vishy, too, the sort of the other part of this question, when you say how can you get people to take insurance?
Yeah.
And while we have insurance finance and we can work on regulating private care and improving public health infrastructure, we have a very early paper in World Development, which looked at microfinance clients. They were paying for the health insurance through their loan because it was a tied product, as is typical in microfinance. But the women were not filing claims, right? So we went and we said, these aren't necessarily the healthiest people. Their claims to coverage ratio was 1/10 of what you see in the mainstream market. Now, clearly it wasn't health outcome. They didn't know about it, right? And who didn't know about it? That they were usually women who were wives of the borrowers. So women who are covered. So there is also a strong gender angle to it, right? I mean, as you know, this AIMS paper, we have 40% female patients are missing from AIMS. Health insurance or no insurance, the family is not taking them to hospital. AIMS is practically free. That is also similar to analyzing the health insurance. You are covered, but you're not filing claim.
Right.
Highly irrational from the neoclassical perspective. We are thinking, "Ye kya hai? What is this?" And I think that is where more surveys trying to understand decision making on healthcare. Who is making decision on when to seek care? Matters, right? And for young women, we know that young women and older women, if you look at girls under 20 and women over 60, their access to hospital is pathetic. I mean,
Zero. Yeah.
because somebody else is making the decision and so on. But on a sort of a last note, I'll also say insurance is a very difficult instrument to understand, Vishy. People
Agreed.
understand savings. Savings is something very innate. We all do it. Even if you take loan or not, everybody saves. Insurance is very, very complex. So, how it is sold in the market. Remember the case of rainfall insurance. It was the coolest product on the shelf of, international policy makers developed out of World Bank, etc. 25 years back. Look at the take up. It was supposed to be this very cool derivative which got over basis risk, and really something we should have seen huge uptake. Nobody is buying health insurance. Nobody rainfall insurance. Nobody is buying weather insurance. Why? Too complicated. So I think that is where financial literacy also gets tied in very deeply beyond just behavioral sort of
Yeah.
nature of the problem.
Jivant, any further thoughts on this?
So there have actually been very nice sort of studies pointing out certain behavioral reasons. For example, something related to what Shamika is saying, that because there is this learning curve in these financial products, because there is this sort of learning curve in new technology, it's been shown that present bias sort of prevents people from taking up these products. That, oh, I'll have to learn all about it. And so how will I figure this out? And so let me just sit on my status quo and not sort of try to delve into these fancy new things and not take them up. And so there, some interventions, for example, to improve take up of new product technology in agriculture has been to sort of create this sort of this fake sort of effect where you say this sort of offer is for limited time only, and to make present bias work in the other direction, that this offer is sort of available for sort of financial inclusion or new technology just now and it's going to go away soon. So this is some research done by JPAC. So I think the way you pitch it, as Shamika is saying, by studying interventions that during using RCTs, sort of have some sort of innovative designs to sort of use behavioral principles to sort of increase take up of these things, because you have to recognize that this is complicated. Somebody will need to sort of sit down and spend a lot of time sort of thinking about this. Another reason financial instruments have not taken up, for example, stuff like rainfall insurance or crop insurance, is because they often provide partial insurance, and so ambiguity doesn't quite go away. So even though the risk component of uncertainty goes away to some degree, ambiguity stays there for a large part. And given the complication, and you add all of those things, and it reduces sort of take up. So this has been some study done in Malawi and some other African countries where ambiguity aversion was also sort of a big role to play. And so I think this is also where people say, why are RCTs important? Well, you're thinking of, let's say, 2 or 3 or 4 possible interventions. How do you find out which one is the best one? You gotta go and test it in the field. There's no other way but to test this. So that's how, for example, the take up of agricultural technology was improved. That you say that well, this sort of technology is available only in the harvest season for the next only so many days, and then we won't be supporting you, and then that creates the sort of recency effect, and present bias is turned on its head, and you say, no, let me go and sign up for this and learn this. How do you find that works? You have to sort of test this using RCT, because otherwise we can sort of keep going in circles and saying, well, this may work, that may work. That's where experimentation comes into play, that you got to go and check it out. And I think more and more, so there are some question on this as well, right? do behavioral are behavioral principles used in Indian government, state governments? So absolutely yes.
Yeah,
As
absolutely.
unit working overtime. There's a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation backed sort of Center for Behavioral Sciences and so on, doing these studies. And so, please feel free to go and look up this stuff on the central government and state government. So I find more and more state and central governments amenable and sort of excited about sort of testing possible interventions and then only sort of implementing them. So I mean, I'm a bit optimistic about these things, that I think I see the sort of the trend headed in the right direction, that policymakers want to test possible interventions, see if they work, and then scale them up. I find, this is a sort of, we're headed in the right direction in this sector.
Right. Jeevan, thanks for pointing it out. I'm sure you understand that most of the requests we've been getting in terms of when corporate training and all that stuff has been on behavioral economics. There's been a significant uptake on it in the recent past. We've been doing a lot of classes together.
Yes.
Shamika has been doing a phenomenal work by being in the forefront of policy. So therefore, I mean, I'm a part of one of those GST councils, sub councils that talks about behavioral. So therefore, I think to just extend the point that you're making, do state governments and Indian governments listen to behavioral methods, behavioral sciences? Oh, I think absolutely yes. Shamika, maybe I'll give you the final word in extending that particular topic, at least in the interest of time. Um, can you just talk about some of the cool stuff that's happening in the behavioral side from the policy front?
I completely agree with both of you that the window of opportunity of making a difference in terms of suggesting policy recommendations which are in the behavioral realm, it has never been more open. So I think there is a great demand for suggestions, recommendations, advice on behavioral interventions. So and I have personally sort of been dealing with several chief minister offices. These are states level. The CEO has an office which has sort of a nudge unit similar to what the UK, the PM initiated several sort of many decades back. But we also have that kind of interest in the central government. Niti has several discussions going on it. I think it is not the demand which is a concern. I think that right now or maybe it is just the as researchers, we have to again introspect internally and see, have we defined the problem well? Are we
Yes.
suggesting behavioral interventions for problems which are fundamentally bad information, high cost,
Yep.
so that is number one. Number two, I think, and Jeevan, the way he framed it is absolutely right. Which is the best intervention? When there are so many alternatives, and I think this is where we are pretty shy of spending energy on trying to actually understand, and I think that is the core of development economics, of what are those interventions. See, because mechanically we are very good with the RCT, and I think that is the reason I have some degree of sort of what disillusionment. Jeevan, I'm a bit older than you, so I have that sort of luxury, that I did start out my research career doing RCTs, and then it's like the financial literacy machine. But I think the learning from a lot of my own mistakes, I would think, is that while we were so heavily focused on designing of the randomized control trial and getting the mechanics of it right, when a hindsight, it's a mechanical exercise. There is nothing deeply intellectual or insightful, I think, there. That we don't look at the interventions enough. That why didn't rainfall insurance? So we did several experiments on financial literacy. A lot of those interventions were like 2 minute, somebody going and explaining different kinds of interest rate. That is just bad intervention. Of course, we did the RCT for that. Similarly, I think we have to sometimes go back to core of development to understand, why are people behaving the way they are? Why are they not taking up these things? And that is where I think we need to work a lot with local level NGOs rather than tell them how to do things. Frankly, a lot of the insights I have gained are from the villages, from the NGOs, because those guys know, okay, madam, ye sab theek hai, but koi nahi lega. And then you can't tell them, but if we do this, then I'll test and tell you whether it works or not. You see, that has typically been our way of going about it. But so I think while the policymakers are very open to a lot of suggestions, we have to do a lot more work. And I think I'm glad, therefore, that you guys are, not only teaching this as a course, and therefore there'll be sort of future, a pipeline of scholars and researchers looking at these things, but also I think working across disciplines and working on the grassroots with grassroots level institutions, etc. Also grassroots level government. Sometimes the BDO and the Gram Panchayat, office will have much more insight than talking to ministries in Delhi. So I think behavioral interventions require us to be, I think, to dig a little more than what we have in the past when we have received large data sets, ASI data, NFHS, NSS. We have worked on that and we get very good insight. But behavioral requires us to, I think, put in a lot more effort working with people.
So I got on to one point that you actually said, talking to the ground level people would help a lot. I actually would believe that my discussion with some of the ASHA workers in one of the districts in Gujarat has taught me more about health and health, ground realities of health, than my all research put together. There's no question that 1 hour conversation I had with 5 ladies out there ended up with a translator, ended up teaching me a lot more than what I would ever have learned. And I think that's the key that I actually notice in terms of making behavioral methods and interventions a bit more amenable to policy making, which is that economists will have to start getting closer to the ground reality, start talking to the fundamental people out there who make the grassroots stick, and then from there come up with interventions that could be taken up at the policy level. As much as I would love to continue this conversation, I'll have to, in the interest of time, we're already 7 minutes over the time. In the interest of time, I will have to stop it here. Let me not abuse my power of being the moderator beyond this point. So on that note, I'd like to thank both Jeevant and Shamika for excellent point that they've raised for today's discussion. And yeah, thanks very much, guys. Looking forward to meeting you in physical form sometime soon. Hopefully, that's a hope that I'm leaving almost every meeting with nowadays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jeeva.
So we will now continue with the paper presentations. We have two excellent papers. One's going to be presented by Ronak, I guess, and the second one's going to be presented by Suresh. Ronak is going to talk about tax evasion and altruism. And this is a paper that's joined with Dr. Tiago Ranganathan, Center for Development Studies, Trivandrum. Ronak, you'd like to take over and start your presentation?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
So you roughly have, I know we are running a little behind the schedule, so you will have 25 minutes. So 10:25 is your time. Yeah.
Okay. Can you please confirm if you can see the screen once, sir?
I can see the screen very clearly.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It was a very nice panel discussion on a very pertinent topic. Now, myself, Ronak Sel, this paper that we're going to present today is entitled Tax Evasion and Altruism. And I wrote this paper along with two of my professors, Dr. Tiago Ranganathan, Associate Professor of Center for Development Studies, and Assistant Professor Dr. Ajit Vishwas, CDS, Trivandrum. Now, before we delve in deeper into the context of the paper and how we designed it, let's look at the contents. So first, we're going to introduce the topic to all of you and talk about how we have thought of this particular paper. And then we'll talk about the setup of the model. So it's basically a theoretical research, a theoretical model that we proposed, and we came up with 3 propositions based on that. So we're going to talk about the setup of the model, and then we're going to talk about the propositions that we got. And that's actually the first part of the model. And in the second part, it will be an extension. It will get extended to moral costs and the evasion avoidance, tax evasion, tax avoidance trade-off that is existing, and how to deal with that, how to rather address that issue, and then finally we'll conclude. So with that, let us start. Now, the problem of tax evasion, not only for the for the government of India, I'd never say that, for the question of why people evade taxes, is something which is ubiquitous, something that has hampered the growth of many countries and has been a matter of grave concern for governments across the world. Now, to talk about the theoretical contributions in this field, the first two names that come to my mind, at least, is the Allingham-Sadmo model and the Srinivasan model of 1972 and 73. And post that, of course, Yeatsky in the year 1974 also added to that, which later on came to be known as the ASY model, or Allingham-Sadmo-Yeatsky model. They basically talked about or focused on analyzing the impact of economic, or so to say, the pecuniary factors of the tax compliance decision of the taxpayers. In other words, they focused more on the penalty rate, the tax rate that is being imposed, the attitude towards the subjective knowledge of tax system existing in the country, or which is there amongst the taxpayers. So such pecuniary factors were forming the core of their research and their papers. Now, if everything was going fine, of course, except the urge of the researchers to find out new pathways to trade on, what else happened for which they had to reconsider their research and try to move on from analyzing pecuniary factors to non-pecuniary factors like emotional responses, altruism, trust, fairness, and other things. Two things. One is the emergence of behavioral economics, and secondly, there was a mismatch between the theoretical predictions of these traditional models and their empirical results. So it was found by Porteba, Nosrad in the year 1989, 1992. They found that the predictions given by Allingham-Sadmo model or Yeatsky model, they found that they are not matching with what they got in their respective field research. So they saw that, in spite of having a very low audit probability, in spite of having a very low probability of getting caught and low penalty rate, even then the compliance behavior was quite nice. I mean, it was going against the theoretical predictions of Allingham-Sadmo, because they said that if you have a very high penalty rate, only then the compliance behavior will be nice and the way you expect, otherwise it won't be. So that was going completely against it. And after that, Alan Togler and many other researchers started talking about the importance of psychic cost, the importance of the fact that people do not always behave like a machine. They are not rational taxpayers. They also have the behavioral characteristics that need to be taken into consideration. And that's where the discussion of moral emotions into the literature crept in. And it was first found in the papers of Bergstrom, Bloom, Varian in the context of public good, war, and the results of which were little challenged by Andreoni 1990, the famous paper of warm glow giving. And that's how it continued. And after that, hyperbole discounting or prospect theory by Yaniv 1999, or Gordon 1989, where he introduced reputational cost, and then it went on and on. So what we are trying to do today, or what we have tried to do in this particular paper, is that we have taken the base model as the Allingham-Sadmo model, the seminal work, and tried to extend it by introducing few of the characteristics which we believe were previously not present in the previous studies. So we basically find, in a nutshell, if I have to say, we basically find that altruism or altruistic preference may conditionally reduce the need for a high penalty, and sometimes the external punishment cannot unambiguously reduce evasion, as was predicted by Allingham-Sadmo or Srinivasan or the previous studies. And then we extend it further to address the evasion awareness trade-off. Now, of course, due to the want of time, or to be able to respect the time that is allotted to me, I may not be able to get into the mathematics of what we did, but I'll surely be able to touch upon the intuition part and what we thought should be intuitively justified. So with that, let's start. So the basic setup of the model, as I said, is building on the Allingham-Sadmo model of 1972, but departs from it by assuming the altruistic preferences. So the two key features in our model, at least in the first part of the model, is as follows. We have introduced a unique parameter, alpha, that captures the altruistic preference. And we have said the only restriction that we imposed is that the alpha has to be greater than 0. So we haven't said that alpha belongs to a open interval 0, 1, and 1 is the maximum limit. We wanted to even go beyond 1 and see what happens. And then what we introduce also, we introduced a variable, exogenous variable called M. What it means is we wanted to segregate the benefits derived from a government's welfare expenditure funded by the tax payments of the taxpayers, of course. Part of that is being accrued to the agent, the rational or the taxpayer in our model. And the part of that payment or that benefit is being accrued to the rest of the society. And that's how we're dividing into two parts. One is the utility function that is capturing the selfish self, and other one that is capturing the self which is concerned about the society at large. Now, how we're building it? So let us assume that there are n identical taxpayers, each of whom contributes equal amount of tax payment, let's say xi, and we then aggregate the population to unity. So then n becomes 1, and then we come to this problem of expected utility maximization, where the decision maker maximizes the following expected utility, as you can see. So what are the terms that we're using here? We are using these following terms, which means that, W is the wealth, summation xi is the total sum of the declared incomes, P is the probability of getting caught, then we have theta, which is the existing tax rate. Then we have the pi, which is the penalty rate. Alpha, as we said, the proportion, the parameter capturing altruism. And last but not the least is the M, which is basically the proportion of the welfare expenditure received by the individual respectively. And that's how we design it. So we just play a small trick here. We, as I said, we aggregate the population to unity. And then what happens is this summation xi, as you can see over here, the summation xi becomes nxi, and because n is 1, so it basically becomes xi when you consider that to be x. And then we come up with this little simplified way of looking at this particular equation, just to avoid clustering of unnecessary terms. And as I said, the utility function U refers to the utility from the amount left after paying tax, and V refers to the utility from the proportion of the tax payment that goes to the others. Now, with that, we try to now find an interior solution. Now, for an interior solution to exist, we know that the marginal rate of change of the expected utility. So we differentiate E of U with respect to X, that's the decision variable, and we evaluate that at X equals to 0 and X equals to W. Of course, we have already found out the first order condition and the second order condition, which is satisfied because of the assumption of concavity that is invoked. So those things are already taken care of. I'm not giving them because it will be way too many equations otherwise. So then we evaluate that at two different points, X equals to 0 and X equals to W. We get two different set of inequalities. So after we rearrange them, we get these two inequalities, which is equation 4 prime and 5 prime. I have taken it completely entirely from my paper. So just if you are not getting a flow of the equations, number of that, then don't mind. Just to keep the continuity intact, I have taken it directly from the paper. So what it says is there are two, basically, the one is the upper limit of pi, the penalty rate, and this lower limit of pi, which is penalty rate. So now this one is straightforward because this is independent of the variable of interest, which is alpha. But this one has. Now, before you start using alpha as a shift parameter and see what happens, we have to plot these two sides on a graph. So we plotted them. So this is a function of pi, increasing function of pi, and this is also a function of pi. Now the problem with this is the slope of this line this particular curve depends upon the sign of that depends upon, of course, this particular term which is there above. Because if you impose a restriction on this, this one automatically gets taken care of. So that's where we have come up with two different aspects or two different cases where you're talking about a highly hedonistic individual and a less hedonistic individual. And how we are defining it, we'll directly jump to the proposition basically. So the proposition says that, if we increase the alpha or the altruistic parameter as a shift parameter, and then what happens is the lower limit of pi, which is the penalty rate, goes down unconditionally for the highly hedonistic individual and conditionally for the less hedonistic individual. Now, unconditionally, now why it's conditionally for the less hedonistic individual? Because for the less hedonistic individual, this curve, this downward sloping curve, will not be downward sloping; it will be an upward sloping curve. So if it's an upward sloping curve, the problem is, if let's say the slope of this is equal to the line which is going through the origin, which is 45 degree, and then the slope, let's say, it would be equal to 1. If that is the case, then it might so happen that these two lines do not touch each other. So if they don't intersect, then the whole point of doing this analysis will not make much of a sense. So we have to put some restriction on that so that at least it intersect once. And that's possibly the reason why it's conditionally for the less hedonistic individual. Now, what it means is that if the taxpayer becomes more altruistic, the person would need a lesser penalty to start paying a non-zero tax amount. But note that as he moves upwards, the effect fades out and the total disclosure of the amount happens only at the previously or predetermined higher limit or upper limit of pi, because the upper limit of pi is independent of alpha. So that's why, even though it kickstarts the person's willingness to pay the tax amount at an earlier stage, you don't need to have a very harsh penalty to make him do that, but gradually it fades out. So now let's go to the comparative stats, and let's see what is a proposition, what is our next proposition saying. So the comparative stats, of course, we know that we assume that the optimal level of declared income be X star, which is a function of the parameters, and then we differentiate the first order condition with respect to alpha to get the following two subcases. So we get a del X by del alpha, nice equation of that format. And what we try to do, because it's a very complicated, big equation, we try to analyze it by taking limiting cases of P, which is the probability of getting caught. So what we say is, let's say when the probability of getting caught tends to zero, I mean a zero baseline, zero deterrence level scenario, and when the case when the probability of getting caught tends to 1, in this with a pi greater than theta, because equal to theta or less than theta doesn't make much of a sense. So what we get is, in one case we see that as the altruistic parameter goes up, the evasion goes down, and the other case we see that even when the altruistic parameter is going up, the evasion is not coming down, rather it is going up, which is a bit counterintuitive. So what we find is, in a proposition format, you have to say is that when the taxpayer is moving from a state of low probability of audit to a state of high probability of audit, or high probability getting caught, the evasion increases with an increase in the value of parameter capturing altruism. Now, this is a theoretical result that we got in a field experiment in Germany conducted by Dwenger, Clevin, Russell, and Rinke. They also found that a significant amount of the citizens in that particular country comply at a zero deterrence baseline, where they don't have basically any audit probability, any penalty of probability of getting caught, and they are actually doing the compliance, making the compliance decisions being driven solely by their intrinsic motivation. And also, to talk about the second part of the proposition, how an external intervention in the form of higher penalty would eventually drive your intrinsic motivation away, is also supported by the recent empirical literature by Bowles, Polonia, Reyes, Frey, 1997, and etc. Now, moving on to the third propositions of a model. To do that, what we thought is, now the variable of our interest, the exogenous variable of the parameter of our interest, should be pi, or the penalty rate, and we wanted to see how the tax evasion decision changes with respect to a change in the penalty rate pi. Now, what we find is basically the response of to high penalty, the response of the individuals under the presence of altruistic preference, or under the presence of altruism, to the increase or decrease of penalty rates does not necessarily have to be a very simplistic kind of a relationship or very linear. Whenever a penalty goes up, the compliance goes up, or whenever it goes down, or something like that. It need not be so. Rather, it is much more ambiguous than what was thought of. So what we see is that if the representative taxpayer is altruistic, then under a certain specific parametric restrictions, which is also basically saying that if the taxpayer is very altruistic, then after a after a threshold, after it reaches a positive threshold, it may no longer ensure compliance, how much ever you increase the penalty rate. And if you are below that threshold, if you increase the penalty rate, compliance will be ensured. So you can see that there is no unambiguous answer to this kind of response, whether the person will be compliant with a high penalty rate or not. It may eventually drive out their intrinsic motivation as well. And the recent evidence also corroborate the same. Now, let us move on to the second part of the extension of our model, where we talk about the altruism, the moral costs, and the evasion avoidance trade-off that is existing. So most of the time, the most of the papers that I have seen, or we have seen rather, either consider tax evasion as one particular problem, a sole problem, and devote time to that, or they consider tax avoidance as a sole problem and devote time to that. But we believe that if an individual is aware, an individual taxpayer is aware of the tax evasion as well as the tax avoidance opportunities, he may as well exploit them. And what he may do is a kind of a portfolio diversification kind of a problem, where he would see how much I should avoid and how much I should evade. So then it will become a decision that he has to take between how much amount of money he wants to evade and how much he wants to avoid. Now the problem is avoidance is it does not have a it does not have a legal sanction on it, because it's not illegal, right? It's just trying to make sure that you get to know the loopholes of the system and try to exploit them. So that's why we thought that let us introduce the moral cost of avoidance and evasion into the model. And these are per unit moral cost, TA and TE. TA is the moral cost of avoidance and TE is the moral cost of evasion. Now note uh, uh, that we have introduced one more variable over one more exogenous variable or parameter over here, which is the S. Now the a proportion S is what of the revealed income the taxpayer would actually reveal to the tax authorities. So 1 minus S will be what is not revealing. And that's how we designed, we just tweak around or the base model and try to incorporate it this way. Now, also note that the tax the tax rate that is being imposed over here upon the taxpayers is no longer theta, it's theta prime. Just to avoid the clustering of unnecessary terms, we have assumed that the 1 minus 7 to theta prime is basically theta, so that the entire structure remains the same other than the introduction of TA, TE, and S. Now we move on with the same kind of approach that we have resorted to in the previous segment of the paper, where we evaluate the first order condition at the S equals to 0 and x equals to 1, so the lower point and the upper point, because s equals to 1 is the maximum that S can go. So S equals to 0 means he's avoiding completely, and S equals to 1 means he's not avoiding at all. Now, once we do that, we get two nice equations. And once we get the two nice equations, like the two inequalities that we got, we again do the same analysis. We plot them on a graph and see. And now, and this particular time, what we get is not penalty rate on two sides of the equation or the inequality. We get the moral cost of avoidance on two sides of the inequality. Okay, that's the difference. And we again use alpha, which is the altruistic parameter, as the shift parameter, and see what happens. So what we get to see is both the lower limits and the upper limits of the moral cost of avoidance comes down. So that means an increase in the altruistic parameter would eventually make the taxpayer start refraining himself from avoiding, from the act of avoidance at an early stage. and eventually reach the last stage where the avoidance is zero also early. And that's happening when we're increasing the altruistic parameter alpha. Now, let's move on to the last and final proposition of the model, where we evaluate the first order condition. Now we are trying to find out the integral solution for the x. Previously, it was avoidance. That's why the variable of concern was s. Now the variable of concern is x, because we're trying to find out the integral solution. So for that, we evaluate in the same way at x equals to 0, x equals to w. And again, we find two nice set of inequalities. This time we have pi on both sides. Pi is on the left-hand side of the inequality and also on the right-hand side of the inequality. But this time, because we have already seen the kind of relationship between pi and alpha, we thought that let us use a different parameter as a shift parameter this time. So we thought of using the moral cost of evasion, or TE, as a shift parameter, and see what is the relationship between pi and t. So once we did that, the result that we got is as follows. So basically what we're trying to say is, keeping all the parameters constant and increasing the value of the moral cost of evasion, which is TE, increases the corresponding penalty rate, and vice versa. So what it means is, if the moral cost is high, moral cost of the individuals or the taxpayers is high, it is a suggestive fact that the concerned authority of the government should also increase the monetary cost, so that in case the monetary cost is low, let's say, what happens is the taxpayer then gets encouraged to take advantage of the arbitrage opportunities that are existing. So whichever cost is lower, he'll try to do that. So in order to make him avoid doing either of these two, it is a suggestive fact that the concerned authority should ensure that if the moral cost is going up, then the penalty rate also should go up. If that is going down, then the other one also should go down, to discourage the taxpayer to uh, exploit the arbitrage opportunities existing in the tax system. And those are the 5 main propositions that we have found. Now, at the end, let us summarize the findings and also talk about the limitations and scope for further research. So the propositions we have seen in this model highlight the importance of altruistic preference in decision-making process of a representative taxpayer. It also gives us a counter-intuitive result as to higher evasion being coupled with higher levels of altruism. And also we got to see that external intervention need not always make the situation better. It may make the situation worse off by driving away the intrinsic motivation that is there inside the taxpayers. And you also see how the evasion avoidance trade-off also gets influenced by the presence of moral cost. But we still believe that it will be more interesting, because it's a static framework that we have had. It's not a dynamic framework. So we believe that it will be more interesting to consider a dynamic framework and see if the results of this particular static design hold good, or the kind of changes that are being brought about. That will be very interesting. That is one. Other one is the empirical validity of the propositions. Even though it might look nice and sound on the paper, mathematically speaking, but whether empirically they are right, or can be validated in a context of India, where the tax evasion problem is quite huge, or not, remains to be seen. Yeah, that's all my time, and these are the references that I've used. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Ronak. Thanks for presenting a very interesting paper. I see one question from the audience, which I'd like to place. In the interest of time, we'll keep it to only one question. What will be impact of felicitation of people complying with tax to tax evasion? Is there any theoretical consideration?
Not that I am aware of. Not that I am aware of.
Okay. Thank you. On that note, I think we'll begin the discussion of the next paper. The next paper is being presented by Suresh Udwas Chandani from the Central Bank to Monetary Policy Committee. Has the communication effectiveness improved? Yeah, so I think over to you, Suresh.
Okay, thank you. Let me begin by thanking BSIM for giving me this opportunity to present my paper here. This is I am Suresh Chandani. I'm FPM scholar at SPJMR. This work has been done with my guide, Dr. Vidhu Shekhar, who's faculty at SPJMR. This, as the professor pointed out, is from central bank to monetary policy committee has communication effectiveness improved. So we'll get straight into before we begin, it's good to set the context that as we well know that central banks set short-term interest rates by setting the repo rate. But for them to be able to manage the long-term end of the yield curve, they need to be able to manage expectations of the market participants. And that they do by sharing with the market their strategy of how they will maintain or change short-term interest rates in the future. And even market participants keenly watch this, and based on their anticipation, they take positions in the market. A lot of work has been done in this area in developed countries. And one such work is by Reeves and Savitsky, who's shared that managing market participant expectations is an integral part for the success of monetary policy communities. Now, while we get into the study of communication, we need to even appreciate what is the potential of central bank communication. Now, for that, it is good to share Guthrie's and Wright's paper. They've done work on the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, and they have shown that, when central banks back their communication by policy action, and they have set credibility for their communication. The communication per se acts as a policy tool. So the markets, as soon as the central banks communicate that this is their desired direction, the markets align to that. So very honestly, Guthrie and Wright have found that there hasn't been a need to back this up by policy action. Communication, say, has worked as the policy tool. Cohn and Sack also has found this with the FOMC in the US, that central banks communication can serve as an alternative to policy action. We've also seen that central bank communication, its effectiveness when rates were zero bound in the US. And at that time, communication has helped central banks assure markets that they will keep rates near zero. So that has really shown, with this, we can really get some idea of how important central bank communication is. Now, let us see how, if we look at Blinder's work in 2008, he has shown that when there is a stationary economic environment, there is a well-defined policy, because clearly monetary policy committees have a target, they have a mandate, and they share their strategies with the markets, and there is incoming data that is shared. So Leider and his colleagues have really posited that if that is the case, then the market really can anticipate this and take a decision without getting explicit explanations. But the key really in Leider's work is it is a theoretical status in which challenges, macroeconomic challenges, are assumed to be a stationary economic environment. But that is not the case. There are always policy shocks that are happening. There are either there is oil prices or there is a supply shock or something else. So central banks need to be able to align to these challenges in addition to meeting their objectives. Even Bernanke has concurred with this, that having a complete and explicit policy rule is not practical. So central banks have to constantly play this role of communicating what their assessment of the macroeconomic scenarios are, how they expect the developments to turn out in future, and what their strategy will be to address them. Now, as we have mentioned earlier, that there has been a lot of work in this in the developed economies, but there is very limited work that has happened in emerging economies. Now, with this background, Monetary Policy Committee as a framework was implemented in India. There was a formal amendment of the RBI Act done in May 2016, and the first committee started in 2000 in October 16. Now, this gave us an opportunity to really study monetary policy implementation. And so we looked at a period after and a period, comparable periods pre and post, and see whether the effectiveness of communication has enhanced with the implementation of the monetary policy. Now, we looked at research. One of the important papers that I'd like to mention is Cretes's paper in 2002. This is a seminal paper. He's spoken about transparency is the key for monetary policy. He has spoken about that how the monetary policy makers can use signaling theory and reputation building to be able to build transparency. Newinkiewicz in 2012 has substantiated this with empirical findings that when transparency increases, variation in prices is dampened by the reduction in the expectation bias. Picoult and Renault has also shown that the monetary policy, the more the monetary policy shares their current and future projections, the more the transparent they will get. Now, transparency is really defined by Winker in 2000, in which he's talking about transparency being the absence of asymmetric information between the central banks and the markets. And he said that it has clarity, openness, honesty, and common understanding. And now, one of the members of the ECB executive board member, Tamar Ising, has also opined that monetary policies need to endeavor to give clear messages to the financial markets and public at large. Now, if we look at work on clarity, Blinder and his colleagues had posited that higher clarity, the market participants have lesser difficulty in comprehending. That leads to lower uncertainty and hence lower volatility. Now, Jansen, who was also a co-author in Blinder's paper, demonstrated this empirically with higher levels of clarity coincide with lower levels of volatility. There is some work that has even happened in India by Mathur and Sengupta that they have looked at length of the documents as a measure of complexity. And they have shown that when the length of the documents increases, this is when most of their work was in the pre-MPC area, in which when the length of the documents increase, that increases the probability of having diverged interpretations and hence higher quality. Now, there is also another work done by Henry, which is he's spoken about surprises on when the announcement date happens. That itself has led to. These are some of the works that we've compiled to identify how we will study the effectiveness of communication. Henneman and Frasky have looked at a higher degree of predictability is an important measure for effectiveness of central bank communication. Batra in India has mentioned that the endeavor of monetary policy is to undertake a balanced assessment and set it out before the public so that monetary policy can become transparent and predictable. So, based on some of this work, we've identified clarity and predictability to be, as measures to gauge the comparative effectiveness of central banks in the pre and post periods. Now, how would we measure this? We looked at text mining as one such tool to gauge central bank communication. And we are going to be looking at documents that the Reserve Bank has uploaded on their website. Now, there is work by Kim and Anderson, who has studied the minutes of monetary policy. And they have said that this is a purposive text. This has been communicated by people with backgrounds in economics and finance, and there is expert knowledge there. They have done deliberations with a target in mind, and their causal and dynamic information there. Their votes have been documented in this. And he's also mentioned that minutes preserve all the text in the original form. There is very little, without any researcher level distortions. So while if we were measuring anything, there is some amount of researcher level distortions, whereas in this case, the documents are the pure text as uploaded, and we could go as far back in time and get the minutes in the original form. So text mining is the tool that I've been using for my paper here. Now, this is our research question. The research question is to empirically examine whether the implementation of monetary policy has improved the effectiveness of central bank communication in an emerging economy, which is India. Now, okay, sorry. How would we, what is the data that we've looked at? The data that we've looked at is, we've looked at documents that have been uploaded on the website in the pre and post. So what we have done is that this monetary policy commenced in October 16. We have ended the period just before the commencement of the pandemic. So we've ended it, and the last period of March has been excluded, so that any impact that any actions that RBI has taken in response of the pandemic will not be impact the study. So we've restricted to 3.5 years in the post period. Similarly, taken a 3.5 year period in the pre period. So comparable periods in for two periods, and we've looked at all the documents that have been uploaded for these periods. We have got 88 documents in the pre-period and 104 in the post-period. The documents per se are a little different because earlier there was a central bank governor who was issuing statements, whereas now you have a resolution immediately after the meeting, and after a 14-day period you have formal minutes that come. Calls, transcripts are similar, and reports are similar, which was earlier a 6-monthly kind of an affair. So in the pre-period, we got 24 policy announcements and 21 in the post-period. Oops. Okay, so what has been the methodology that we have used? So one of the scores measures that I have used is readability measures. Now these are time-tested measures, that is flesh and canard readability scores. They signify the number of years of education required to understand a document. They have a score measure to do that. Also looked at FOG scores, which measure complexity of financial documents. So these two measures have been used to gauge the readability of the documents. I've also looked at length of documents, just like Mathur and Sen Gupta, for in number of pages and number of words. Also, based on Henry's work, I've looked at regularity of policy announcements. How was the regularity in the pre-period and in the post-period? I have looked at the difference between two announcement periods, the number of days, and also looked at the standard deviation within that. For the measure of predictability, normally we look at sentiment based on a bag of words to gauge text in text mining. But this work has been really very apt for monetary policy documents. This is the automated content analysis. This is work done by Apple and Grimaldi. They've done this in the Riksbank, which is the central bank of Sweden. And what they have done is that it is based on the fact that the semantic meaning of a specific word depends on the context it is getting used. Now, to give you an example, if you use the bag of words approach and you look at just the word growth, that will give you a positive impact about that it is a positive word. But if you add an adjective in front of it as lower growth, that changes the context changes it. It's no longer a positive message. So that's what really is. And the other thing that is important is that central governments are talking about subtle changes. So adjectives become very critical in gauging what message they are. So this is the word method that has been adopted to gauge predictability. Uh, just like Apple and Grimaldi, they had looked at certain nouns, which is inflation, growth, price, wages, oil prices, cyclical positions, and development. So the similar words have been used. The adjectives have been antonyms of each other for dovish and hawkish scenarios. So the similar words as Apple and Grimaldi, which is dovish, which is in decreasing, slower, weaker, and lower. And there's stem words also. And hawkish have been increasing, faster, stronger, and higher. Now, based on this, the actual number of occurrences have been counted, and that has been given us the number of dovish occurrences and the number of hawkish occurrences. And then a net index has been computed by number of hawkish divided by hawkish plus dovish minus dovish again divided by hawkish by dovish. And we've added one so that there is no possibility of a negative number coming out. Now, how have we gone about doing this? I've taken all the documents and what I've done is for each policy announcement, a separate corpus has been made. So all the documents pertaining to that policy announcement have been compiled and one corpus has been made. So based on the number of announcements, which is 24 and 21, we have that many corpuses built. From those corpuses, I've used ngram from which is only a package to extract bigrams and trigrams, combined, concatenated those together. Uh, from those nouns, we've counted the number of hawkish and dovish occurrences. And based on that, computed a net index for each policy announcement. And so we've got, and what I have done is that I've tried and applied two models uh, to gauge the predictability. So what I've done is that the net index for each period has been regressed with the change with the next period. So, which is RT, which is the repo rate in the subsequent period, uh, which is also auto-regressed with the previous rate, and the net index lag, which is the net index of the previous. And another model has just looked at the subsequent rate change with the net index lag. The repo rate, RT is the repo rate, RT minus 1 is the repo rate in the previous period, and delta RT is the rate change at time t. Now, what have been the findings? Now, if we look at readability scores, and we've looked at, if we look at category of document wise, if you've seen that across all the documents, there has been a significant reduction in the Flesch Kennard and in the Fox scores. And if you see, the press releases has had the highest drop, which is from 9.8 to 2.9. And in the case of Fox scores, from 16 to 3.1. The lowest has been in Concord transcripts, which also could be because this is a face-to-face interaction, and RBI has not had the opportunity to improve the content there. Even reports have had this. So across, if you see across all documents, the number of years of education that have been required to understand the text has dropped by 1.8 years. And so this has been a consistent across all kinds of documents that one has found. If you look at the length of documents, the number of words also in these documents have have reduced. And there are, if you see in the quarterly reviews and resolutions, the minutes of meeting, of course, were not there earlier. Press releases and con calls. Across, the number of words have reduced. Only reports have seen a jump in. Now, if you look at the reports, RBI has done a lot of explanation based on prices. They've even looked at agri commodities and how those prices are getting impacted. So, and they have used the reports to be able to communicate a lot of their strategy on what and how they will react. So reports have gone up, otherwise across the length of documents have come down. If we look at regularity of policy announcements, the difference between policy announcements in the pre-period was actually lower at 51.9. In the post, it was 61. But if you look at standard deviation in that number, because in the earlier period, it ranged from 19 to 63 days. And in post, it ranged from 56 to 65. So the standard deviation has significantly dropped from 12.9 to 3.1. So that removes a surprise element of when the policy announcement is going to happen, and hence reduced uncertainty. Okay, now for the predictability, the two models that I mentioned, this is model number 1, which is RT, which is auto regressed with the RT minus 1 and the net lag. Now, we've looked at for both the periods, the pre and the post. In both the periods, RT minus 1, which is the auto regressive component, has been significant, whereas the net lag has not been significant in the pre-period and has been found to be significant in the post-period. And this is it's a 3-star kind of significance level. And if you do the same thing with the delta RT, which is without the autoregressive, just the change that has been announced, one has seen that in the pre-period, there is actually even the direction of change doesn't match. And it has not been significant in the pre-period and significant in the post-period. And we can see that in the graphs also, that they are aligning better. So what we have seen is that there is predictability has significantly changed with the implementation of the Monetary Policy Committee. And now it has the hawkish and the dovish tones of the monetary policy have a predictive power on which way the subsequent rate is going to be. So we look at the study clearly shows that clarity and predictability of the central bank communication has improved. This also brings to the fore the effort that the central bank has taken to improve their communications, because clearly they have reduced complexity, they've reduced the effort to understand such documents, and they have even reduced the length of their documents. They have communicated significant amount of information which the markets could use to predict their rates. So significant efforts have gone into this. Now study acknowledges okay, we even need to acknowledge that this was a new effort that we did in India. Clearly, there was even in India we looked at inflation and growth as twin targets, whereas a lot of international community has looked at employment. Whereas here we don't even have credible data on employment, and there is even one would have given it some time for a learning curve for the members, but they have been effective from the way to go. So there has been successful implementation. So to the central bank to have implemented this effectively. Also, this study can gives the potential of automated content analysis to be used as a comparative tool across periods. There is clearly learnings for and emerging economies. Uh, and given that now that the monetary policy has shown to have predictability, the monetary policy itself can, used to give more explicit forward guidances to the markets. I think that's one thing that can help. However, one of the limitations is that we have not, as a number of studies, volatility is one of the measures that has been used, which is something that is future work that can be used to even implement this and see how effective.
We'll have to start winding up here.
Yeah, I'm almost done, sir. This is
Yeah,
what
please.
I
Thank you.
slide. So that's about it. So I'm open to questions and how this can be improved. Also suggestions on where this can be published. So I would really appreciate feedback.
Yeah. Any questions for Suresh? Okay, Suresh, I think I'm sure people will reach out to you with further discussion and also for the other talking points and publication and all that stuff. I see already my colleague, Professor Joshi Jacob, joining this link, and we are almost ready to kickstart the next session. So therefore, I'll have to take your leave. Thanks for all the panelists and thanks to all the paper presenters for such a wonderful and insightful session. Thanks, everybody, and welcome, Joshi. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pingley, sir. Uh, we can. So the next session starts at 12. We
That's
could,
right. Yeah.
yeah, we could take a break and wait for the other panelists to join us.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, Radhika ma'am. I'm Anushka. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello, this is Joshi Jacob.
Hi, Professor. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
So, Professor, just a quick one. You wanted me to speak and do the presentation for 10 minutes before we get into a discussion?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. So that sets the background.
Okay, sure.
And anyway, you
Ma'am,
wanted to cover a broader set of issues, right? So,
Sure.
yeah.
Radhika ma'am,
Yes.
just a question. Would you be sharing your screen for the presentation?
So, yes, and I have screen sharing rights. It works.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the total time we have is 50 minutes, right? Richa?
Yes, yes, sir.
And the papers that are presented, they are not in this time slot, right? Or not in the same.
So not in the time slot. So the panels is from 12 to 12:50.
That's right.
After which a paper presentation, there is one before the lunch break that is from 12:50 to 1:15.
Oh, okay.
So you're moderating, you will be the session chair for those papers also.
That is from when to when?
I'll just send you an agenda, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're also streaming this on YouTube.
Hello, Mr.
Morning, Professor. How are you?
How are you?
Very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Allow
Happy
me
to.
I just need to connect my Bluetooth. I'm still on the speaker. Just let me connect my Bluetooth, sir. Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Yeah, perfect. That works now.
Yeah.
Excellent. Are we on time or we are running behind schedule?
We are on time. We have some 3-4 minutes free, I guess. Yeah.
Lovely.
Excellent.
It's rare for an event to run on time.
Can imagine. Hi, Radhika. This is Nisarg. Good to see you.
Hi, Nisarg. How are you? Nice to see you.
Very well. Thank you very much.
That's why I asked Professor Joshi exactly how many minutes do I need to speak, so I don't.
Yeah, we don't want to be the reason for the next person to be annoyed.
Yeah.
I guess with overdose of online, everyone want to really keep it very short and brief.
Yeah,
I did 4 sessions today for some reason. Today is just like my day of being on sessions. And in the morning, they said 15 minutes, and I said, I promise you, I will wrap up in 14 and a half. In industry can do that far.
Yeah, and today is a complete shutdown in Mumbai. So.
Yes, actually, we have nothing to do here. We're just sitting here and doing webinars.
It's I don't know. It's getting into a stage where everybody are getting a bit fatigued now. I think with this online, I think that's reached to a pinnacle of fatigue.
It's tough.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. And we had been at the forefront of that, teaching through online.
Yeah, I can imagine the situation. Yeah, it's fortunately for us in Dubai, it's been much better. I mean, obviously, smaller country relatively. So we've been doing a lot of one-to-one meetings. Obviously, we haven't done sort of 1-to-10 or 1-to-20 kind of meetings, but we've done a lot of one-to-one meetings, which is an amazing change in an environment where you've been talking to people
Maybe,
digitally.
Nisarg, I just want to reach out to you separately on probably how difficult is investor communication using, these remote ways.
Yeah. We've done an actually interesting session on that.
I've done some case recently on how to do due diligence through Zoom, for a startup.
The problem with due diligence is it requires a lot of looking into the eyes, which unfortunately with Zoom doesn't happen.
That's the challenge with investor communication on Zoom. So, I mean, I am a public speaker part-time for other stuff. And, I love the interactivity of an audience. So with Zoom, you're just sort of discovering how to, because there's no reaction to the speaker, right?
Absolutely.
Part of speaking is feeding on the audience.
Yeah. But
what
Radhika,
could be? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
No. Sorry, I was saying, Radhika, who have really adopted to this very well? Some of the very good Indian stand-up comedians. I've been following them on YouTube for a while, and obviously for them, you look at the whole sort of artist community, right? For them, performing online is very difficult, and most of the singers, most of the actors, etc., have struggled. But the sort of stand-up comedians, they have really evolved very well in this.
So Tirthanga is here finally.
Hi.
Hi, welcome Tirthanga.
Hi.
How things in Mumbai? Everything seemed to be all right?
Pardon me, Joshi?
Everything all right at your end?
Yeah, so far so good. I live in Mumbai, so yeah.
I know. But your background seems to have changed, except the the ironing table behind. That seems to be the same.
It's because I'm back to working from home.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good. Goodbye to ties and formal dress, right? Chalo, I think it's time we could start. Richa, you could take us through the protocol.
Hello, everybody. So we'll be starting the next session. Uh, the panel topic for today is market cycles and investors' behavior. The session chair is Professor Joshi Jacob from IMA. Uh, we we have here Mr. Tirthankar Patnaik, who is the Chief Economist at the National Stock Exchange of India Limited. We have Ms. Radhika Gupta, CEO of Edelweiss Asset Management Limited, and Mr. Nisag Trivedi, Middle East Sales Director, Schroders Investment Management. Professor Joshi, I request you to please continue. Thank you.
Um, we have a very distinguished panel before us. I'm extremely thrilled to welcome them to this conference. And we have a very exciting topic on market cycles and investor behavior. We know that if anything is really true in the market and really visible, those are the cycles that we can see. And the eminent panelists would actually take us through the various facets of that and how does it impact us and possibly what are the consequences. Are we able to really maneuver through them? If so, how? And so on, but without really sort of uh, spending so much time describing what is likely to go through in this session, let me welcome Ms. Radhika Gupta to really make a set of opening remarks to set the agenda for the session. Welcome, Ms. Radhika.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Joshi and the entire team and NSE and team IIM Ahmedabad. I am not, I think this is a really interesting panel and really interesting topic, so I won't spend too much time speaking. But as requested, I thought I could spend the next 10 minutes sort of laying the context for this very interesting topic. And I think this topic comes at a very interesting time because this is a year when you have seen, I think, the best and worst of investor behavior, and you have seen the best and worst of investor biases as well. Now, I represent the asset management industry, and we largely serve retail investors. And if there's one question that we're asked, or one belief that it's that retail investors don't make money. Okay, the Sensex has created X, Y, Z amount of wealth, but have retail investors actually gone on and made money? And I think to that extent, and just putting out some basic data here for the last 20 odd years, there is merit in that argument. I think so we are showing three things. We're showing returns of funds, and you can look at it in equity, you can look at it in hybrid funds, you can look at it in fixed income, and we are showing investor returns. So you're seeing that investor returns in each category are significantly less than fund returns, and I don't think this statistic actually surprises anyone. This is just the way it has been. The other interesting thing I noted is one of the things that has been very popular with investors is the notion of a systematic investment plan. And what systematic investment plans do is they take out some component of investor behavior because they automate investor behavior. And in every case, by the way, you will see systematic investment returns are actually better than investor returns behind the market. So that's also sort of just another interesting perspective to this. But I think the short answer of it is investors do make mistakes. And that was a perspective from India, but I don't think this changes across the globe. So if you look at a study of any asset class globally, whether it's small cap or high yield or emerging markets or the S&P, or even what I would call the most foolish portfolio, which is a 60-40 bond equity portfolio, which is what you see in green, the average investor globally also significantly underperforms this number. So I don't think behavior changes across borders. I think people are actually the same regardless of what geographic setup that you look at. The other interesting aspect, which the slides don't show, is that the worst of investor behavior comes out in the peak of market cycles. So when markets are at their extreme, whether it is highs or low, it's really when a lot of the behavioral biases of investors start showing up, falling for the herd, being trapped by the media, loss aversion. All these problems actually magnify in the peak of cycles. And if you were to ask me, and I'm not a behavioral science expert, but I am a practitioner of this business, what we see in terms of behaviors that impact investor returns, I think briefly there are a few, and this is in an Indian context, I would say. I think there is still overconfidence is a very powerful force. I'm on a group of maybe some of the top investors in India, top family offices in India, and I'm a silent participant on this WhatsApp group. And today, all of them are having a discussion on how no PMS or no mutual fund has actually added value. And if they were to do investments in their personal portfolio, they're almost sure that they would beat this outcome. And this is some of the most evolved investors in India today. This was a discussion that was happening today morning. I think recency bias and hindsight bias is a pretty powerful fact. You see it in the fact that, for instance, an asset class like global investing, which nobody used to ask us about till 2 3 years ago, has suddenly picked up in a big way because of the last 2 3 years of performance. I think in a country like India, narratives can be extremely powerful. So this narrative of Indian economy, infrastructure will do well, whether housing is a great opportunity, etc., etc. I think narratives have been extremely powerful, and I think narratives and stories fundamentally can be so powerful that investors stop looking at the underlying. So there's a narrative about housing, but no one asks the question that do real estate companies, actually listed companies, deliver value to minority shareholders? So behind the narrative, you don't look at the facts. And I don't think any of us like to hold on to losses. So at least these are the 2 or 3 sort of core behaviors that we see that are impacting investor returns today. And I think, market cycles are the reality. And every market cycle, I think, brings its share of bubbles and investors get better and better. I remember in 2007, you could put out any mutual fund or any even poor quality IPO there, and it would be subscribed. I got married incidentally on the day of the Reliance Power IPO, and I think my father was more interested in the application of Reliance Power than my wedding reception that night. This is something I actually, and that was the kind of frenzy that has changed after one cycle. I remember coming back to India and starting a commodity fund in 2012 and 13. And back then, this whole national spot exchange thing was offering 1% a month for a raw wool arbitrage. And in India, if you sell anything at 1% a month, you can raise money. And no one bothered to realize that the claimed quality of raw wool that NSEL was saying they were storing was probably 50% of the world's raw wool supply. So narratives have been very powerful in creating bubbles. I also have traded US subprime at some point in my life. That was my starting career. I used to trade ninja loans for a living, no income, no job, and no assets. So I think the point is that market bubbles have always been present. The color of the bubble changes from market to market, but bubbles have always been present. And as I said, in the Indian context, bubbles are usually, I mean, we always ask why bubbles exist. I think bubbles are usually a case of expectations gone wrong. If I look at any of the bubbles that I just talked about, whether it is the IPO bubble, whether what's happened in NSEL, whether what happened in credit funds 2 years ago in my own industry, I think there are a few factors that contribute to it. One is the tremendous power of the herd, the fact that you're talking in a cocktail party and everyone is saying, I am doing this, I'm investing in NASDAQ, you are not doing it, you're missing out. I think FOMO is a very, very powerful fear. As I said, anchoring to recent returns has a very powerful impact in terms of creating bubbles. And in India, I really believe because we are fixed income investors who came from fixed deposits, this whole giving consistent returns, giving that 1% a month kind of return is very powerful for the Indian investor. So if he knows that he's getting a fixed rate of return with some kind of certainty, he will not dare to find out whether there's a credit fund behind it or an EMO farm behind it or national spot exchange behind it. So I think in the Indian context, these are some of the things, or monthly dividends in mutual funds are great examples of this as well. So I think these are some of the things that, if I had to think about, create bubbles going forward. And as I said, I don't think behaviors, I mean, having traded many global markets, I don't think behaviors differ across borders. I don't think behaviors have borders. And I've also run institutional retail and HNI. I don't believe retail investors are dumber than HNI investors. I think humans are humans. And ultimately, the people running institutions and HNI family offices also happen to be humans. So if there is no material difference, in fact, I believe the Indian retail investor in some way has been more patient than the HNI investor. Um, Finally, I would say that, the biggest way to sort of survive market cycles for investors has been asset allocation. I think people have seen countless charts that suggest that asset allocation is perhaps the best way to get through any market cycle, because the fact is, and you see it here, the winners keep changing across asset classes. But just as much as we say asset allocation, it is extremely difficult to stick to asset allocation. Investors struggle to stick to asset allocation. If equities are doing well, there is a bias towards the best performing asset class. If international funds are doing well, for instance, if the NASDAQ has done well for 10 years, people assume the NASDAQ will be never down. Today, if you sell a fund that has US tech stocks, you cannot convince an investor it will lose them money because they ignore the recent risks of the past. Unrealistic return expectations. So when you sell asset allocation portfolios to people and tell them you're going to get 10-12% a year, they'll tell you, "Bhai, mid cap fund to, mid caps and my stocks are doing 20-25%." So expectations have always been a challenge, unrealistic expectations. And asset allocation is very nice if it is followed, but it is changed very often. So anecdotally, these are some of the things that we see, some of the challenges we see in terms of people sticking to asset allocation. Lastly, I would say, I think one of the things I learned in my career, especially in 2008, is that the biggest way to survive a crisis as an asset management company is communication. And communication really stands out in the worst of times. In the good times, your numbers do the talking. In the bad times, you need to. And at least my learning over the last 15 years is communicate more during a crisis, nudge investors in some way towards right decision making. And this is some of the stuff that we've been trying to do at Edelweiss. So when investors are buying a thematic fund, we try to nudge them and say, "Listen, this has done really well over the past. You might just want to check if it fits into your risk profile." The other thing that we've been trying to do to drive this belief of asset allocation is not focus on sharing market views, because India is obsessed with market ka kya lagta hai, and focusing on sharing insights, how to make better decisions, how to understand markets more rather than predicting what markets can do. And I think finally, simplicity, and I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about investor communication in the discussion. Simplicity is a very powerful force in investor communication. I have at least learned that institutions can do a great service to investors by designing fewer and simpler products, giving them less choice, and really thinking before they put a product out there, is this solving a problem for consumer? Because I actually believe 50% of investment products exist without solving any problem for consumers. So I leave with the thought, and end this with the thought that I think bubbles, mistakes, and cycles are a reality of markets. I don't think individuals can do a very good job at predicting them, and I don't think institutions do very good jobs at predicting them, because institutions also tend to be very reactive rather than proactive. But what we can do as asset managers and investors is prepare ourselves and prepare portfolios better and communicate during this period. So, with that, Professor Joshi, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Radhika, for setting the context very well. I think she has touched upon the origins of, likely biases in the market. She has touched upon what could be the kind of remedies that one could seek for, grounded in asset allocation, and how do we keep giving assurance to investors about how to work through a cycle. Now let's open the discussion for greater details of each of these facets that she has covered in the opening remarks. My first question is to Ms. Radhika. She has believed that learning works in the market, you had been a poor investor, lost everything in 2001, and you would stay away from such troubles in 2008. And if you had actually, if you have bitten once, twice shy, you would not really sort of want to take unwanted risk. But that doesn't seem to be the global experience, because there are two powerful forces, I thought. One is your own inclination to learn from outcomes. But at the same time, if you think that here is a company which is rolling down a truck downhill, but if millions of investors are willing to really put a fancy price for that, you are unwilling to, while you have your own expectations, which is rationally bound, how can you suspend the expectations of millions of others? So the herding actually comes in, right? Because on learning versus herding becomes a big challenge. How do you see, herding strongly influencing our ability to, learn and correct course? You may be exploited by Bernie Madoff, but he can get exploited by another NSCL, right? We are not immune from that, it looks like. What are your views on this?
That question was for me, right, Joshi?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I think just one thing before I come to the question of herding, and I think herding is a tremendously powerful force. I just want to take one thing you said about investors keep making mistakes. I think there's two parts to that. Investors make new mistakes. I think investors don't make the same mistakes again and again. And let me give you an example from our industry. I think 2003 to 2007 was a period when Indian investors, at least of this generation, really discovered equity investing. And that was a period when, as I said, a Reliance Power or a poor quality company or a poor quality mutual fund NFO could come to market. I mean, nonsense was being sold and raise a lot of money. Then a lot of people lost money in 2008 and they didn't lose a small amount of money. So I think after that, it has been more difficult for a bad IPO to come to market. And while a certain amount of investors will make the mistake, I think equity investors have matured. On the contrary, if you look at fixed income as an asset class in India and funds like credit, that was not a thing that people experienced from 3 to 7. They probably entered that cycle in 15 to 18. So when they've gotten burned in fixed income, effectively they've gotten burned for the first time. So they've made mistakes, but they've made new mistakes. And as I said, the behavioral forces for the mistakes are the same. So in some way, we are getting better. I do think herding is a very powerful force, and herding is an institutional force. What happens is that in organized asset management, and I'll get into trouble for saying this, if a fund starts doing well or an investment idea starts doing well, it catches the attention of the system. If you look at our media coverage today, it is largely centered on the kind of returns funds make. If you look at any online portal that is selling to investors, what is it talking about? It is only talking about returns. It's ranking things basis recent returns. And if you look at organized distributors who are selling funds, then they also pick up these funds once returns happen. So even if I don't want to herd as an investor, the ecosystem around me encourages herding in a very, very powerful way. So suddenly I am flooded with NSEL from my newspaper. I am flooded with it on my online portal, and I am flooded with it from my bank RM. So the onus of me on an investor to really you actually have to fight the herd. It is actually a fight versus the herd. And I think that takes a lot of conviction as an investor. I remember Edelweiss didn't do NSEL in 2013. We actually had customers coming to us and threatening us and complaining and saying, "You're not doing this, we're going to file a complaint against you." And that is, I think, the institutional pressure that there is against herding. So I always also tell my friends in the media that, you can be counter cyclical, but fundamentally, I think momentum, I work for AQR and Cliff Asness always momentum is a very powerful force. We are momentum oriented people in this country. We like momentum in our actors and momentum in our cricketers. I mean, Yuvraj Singh may be great, but if he's out of form, nobody in India cares about him. So we are very, very momentum oriented. And I think that shows up.
Good. No, she has made her point very clear that institutions have a reason to really, orchestrate around tapping the momentum. So they may appear like herding all the time, and that actually traps the investors. Therefore, my question to Nisad is that, okay, we have heard enough about, and we have read enough rather about institutional incentives. which are aligned and perpetuating to a great extent the ride on the momentum, right? Is there some mechanism, that we can think of which disincentivizes the intermediaries that ultimately sell to individuals? Because individuals get advised on, right? So if you can share your thoughts on probably, what is a way to really get out
Absolutely.
of.
And yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Professor. And good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Uh, I think the whole way the financial system has been sort of circled around and incentivized is perhaps fundamentally against the benefit of of a normal investor. If you look at institutions, typically the biggest thing an institution work for is the bottom line, right? So they have their profitability numbers. You don't have non sort of profit organization going out and advising people. So if you look at fundamentally, the system is set to behave in a way where people want to make money. And the way you can typically make money is by obviously going along with what is easy to sell. I'm a salesperson, right? And I'm a selfish salesperson. I keep saying that. I always within my team and within my people and everywhere I work, I keep on sort of looking at one sort of data point, and that's efforts to sales ratio, right? Efforts to sales ratio in simple terms means how much time do you really require to sell something to a client? And I'll tell you, 99% of the salespeople or institutions would like the least amount of efforts to be made to actually make maximum amount of sales, right? So currently, if I'm going out and talking about a Tesla or an Amazon to a client, I think I'm in a much better situation to be able to convince their clients rather than going and telling them about a Shell or Rio Tinto, for example, because that's all out of fashion. So I think fundamentally the way the ecosystem is constructed is against actually people trying to put more efforts, and that's one behavior which institutions have to change in the way they train their salespeople, the way they train their advisors, their intermediary, whosoever is dealing with the clients. I think the other important bit, and that's something which we as a firm has evolved over a period of time and have done, is essentially talking more about solutions rather than product. If we can actually move away from a product-based approach to a solution-based approach, where we talk about, what works really well with a particular set of investors, rather than talking about, equity fund or on a tech fund or a credit fund for that matter. I think if we sort of change that narrative to a more solution-based approach, and in fact, if you incentivize, I'll go one step further. If you actually incentivize your people to actually work along with a solution-based approach, I think that's where we can break the chain and actually build a ecosystem where investors would really get what they should be supposed to get rather than something which is actually forced upon them and, as I said, easy to sell.
Thank you, Nisarg. While it may sound like solution-oriented approach is actually going to make us, long-term focused and less incentive-driven, don't you think in some way the fact that when we talk about solution, the power with which you can communicate and convince, that is likely to get compromised, right? Because if you are actually trying to tell them, look at it, oh yeah, you can allocate X% to equity and you would be able to build, 5%, you'll be able to earn 5% risk premium in the next 2 decades. That is a far less powerful narrative than, yeah, telling them, you invest in, look at the stock, Tesla, it may multiply twice, 2x in the next 1 year. So how do you, this is a very entrenched incentive system, right? I mean, how can firms run away from that so easily? Do you think that's very easy?
It's difficult, and and that's the reason I keep on telling you need some of the best narrators to actually build a sales sort of or a solution story. Maybe a normal financial expert may not be able to do it. You might require somebody from an Hollywood or a Bollywood industry to write a script around how we can talk about solution, because it does require fundamental shift in terms of how you've been communicating with clients. I think this also leads to a point of storification biases. That's one of the other sort of behavioral science plans, because we all we've been grown up on actually listening to stories. We always like, whenever you say once upon a time, that's where your sort of gray cell starts sort of raising up, that something interesting is going to come up over the next 10, 15 minutes. So So if you can build that narrative, that story, because a story is always sold much better than the actual content. So if you can build that story, if you can build that narrative of solutions, and I can tell you, I mean, with a lot of confidence, we have actually as a firm moved significantly to that extent. In the sense, today, if I have to send a product note or a presentation about a product to a particular client, it requires like 20 different set of approvals for me to sell, rather than to talk about a solution. So if you can build those checks and balances across, not just internally, but externally, around how your people can communicate, right? So today, if I have to get through 20 approvals to get one product note over and just practically nothing to talk about a solution, I will then by default be pressurized and in a way to sort of more talk about solution. And as in when I get comfortable, and we all know it's a very effective tool, to be very honest. It is an effective tool. It's more about the usage. If you don't use it, you'll not do it. So if you kind of engrave it in your DNA of how you communicate to your investors, I think that can work. It's a tough ask. Professor Joshi, you are absolutely right. It's a tough ask, but one has to make an attempt at some point, right? And I think to a large extent, I think organizations like Edelweiss, Schroders, etc., have started making that attempt to talk about those narratives.
Okay, let me get back to Ms. Radhika on one point. I think there is a fair amount of understanding among the panelists that if your incentives are aligned to not understanding something, you will never appear to understand it, right? That's AQR's own philosophy, I guess. But one powerful force that seemed to really work, if you were to really, toss a very, very unappealing solution to them, quite often, the kind of situation that Ms. Radhika was describing, that, yeah, you met HNIs and they were saying, these guys haven't delivered anything. If I were to really do it myself, I would have probably become a billionaire by now, right? And we know that this feeling is not really very isolated. A company like Ford paid, such an amount of money for rolling down a truck downhill, right? So you can imagine stupidity runs everywhere. So, Ms. Radhika, how do you think, the ability to sort of, persuade and convince people who are successful themselves in their past life, the HNIs and so on, how do we actually sort of, keep away a significant deleterious impact of overconfidence in creating such solutions?
No, I think it's a great question, and I would sort of 100% echo the point Nisarg made, and I'm so glad. And I'll come to your question. The fact that Nisarg talked about solutions, I think we as a company are absolute believers in solutions, and actually, I think, and I'll give you an example of a solution. Institutions have incentives to sell solutions if they want to build long-term annuity businesses. Because one of the things that solutions do, and I'm talking now as a selfish institutional owner, is they take away the discussion from returns and move towards how you are solving my goals. Because returns are fundamentally unpredictable, performance is unpredictable, but goals and meeting your needs. So I always say that we're in the business of doing something that solves a problem. And I'll give you an example in an Indian context and then come to HNIs. In the Indian context, perhaps my favorite fund solution is something called a balanced fund. It has 60% equity, 40% debt, it moves up and down. Globally, they're called asset allocation funds. This is what I invest a large amount of my money in. I was just looking at some simple statistics. Over the last 5 years, our own balanced advantage fund has returned a 15% CAGR if you just did a monthly SIP. Basic, I mean, there's nothing. The market has done, and this is with 0.6 beta, the market has done 14%. Chances are most HNI portfolios have not catered at 15%. However, if I go to an HNI and say, leave your equity to me, leave your debt to me, and leave the shifting of equity and debt to me, he'll say, Mujhe kya karna hai? Then where is the excitement in this? So solutions are very powerful. Selling them is the key. I think I would take to what Nisarg said. We have to find interesting narratives. One of the things that the asset management and financial services industry is very guilty of is losing ourselves in jargon. Passive versus active, debt versus equity, RBI is doing this. This doesn't solve anybody's problem in any way. in India, I think we're also very guilty of foreign narratives. Oh, Warren Buffett does this does that. I think we have to find homegrown stories that can sell our financial services solution. We've actually tried to sell the solution I was talking about using the narrative of kabaddi, that the fund is a little bit like a kabaddi player and it attacks when markets need to attack and it defends when markets need to defend. And it's not an HNI narrative, but it's a narrative that's worked well with retail because we understand kabaddi. There's a story behind kabaddi, right? And so that communication has actually worked really well with people. So I would 100% echo what he says, that you have to find. And as far as HNIs, having lived, and a lot of my classmates happen to be promoters of companies, I think HNIs have realized, having made a lot of mistakes, that simple is better. Most HNIs are now coming in saying index funds, solutions are 50-60% of my portfolio. Okay, 20% I'll do Bitcoin and I'll experiment with creative ideas. But I think over time, people are realizing that this is an important part of your portfolio.
I think I just to add one point here, it's just an anecdote. My boss used to always keep telling me, my ex-boss used to always telling that investing is a very simple thing. We just try to make it complex to save our jobs. So obviously, if we make it simple and if everybody finds it simple, we unfortunately will not have our jobs. But it is simple, as Radhika said. It's really simple building blocks that requires one to be. But unfortunately, simplicity is something we don't admire, we don't like. We like sexy things in life, right? We like spice, and that's what really deviates us from our final goal.
Thank you, Ms. Radhika and Ms. Sag, for making this point that probably the way to deal with biases is to really exploit another bias, which is, the belief in narratives, right? If one is able to really sell a persuasive narrative, bias can be dealt with another bias. Great. Now I move on to Mr. Tirthankar. Tirthankar, you would have experienced in your personal life as a trader and later as a quasi-regulator, these cycles making their ways through the market. As a quasi-regulator, what can we really do to keep them less virulent?
Thanks, Joshi, and thanks everyone for the opportunity. I guess Radhika laid out the sort of set of biases that we all, as investors, evolutionary biases that we all get affected from, and Nisarg also made a very important point about how the focus should shift from products to solutions. I also sort of I'm trying to get a sense that it's important, to be rational. When to be a rational investor is to go against the tide. When the markets move up, that's when you need to put your foot off the pedal. And when the markets are going down, don't sell off everything. When the typical bias that behavioral economists talk about, fight or flight, that needs to be gotten away from. I just wanted to point out, and this is important from our perspective as well as a quasi regulator. I think all of the biases that we have discussed so far in this discussion get amplified in the near term, or have gotten amplified because of the role of technology. The access to technology, all the points that Radhika made, the narrative bias, the story, what's selling, what's hot, everything gets amplified because of technology. Access to markets is so much easier today. The retail investor in this country, of course, is momentum focused. In my PhD 20 odd years back, we were just testing what kind of strategies make money in this country, contrarian strategies or momentum strategies. Momentum comes out far ahead, and things haven't changed. I remember when I was in Citi, some of my colleagues asking, "What did you do in your thesis?" And I said, "Momentum works in the country." He said, "We know this. What additional thing are you essentially saying? What are you saying new?" And nothing has changed. To illustrate my point, I'll just, with your permission, if I could share some slides, please.
Sure.
Just a minute. Yes. Joshi, is this visible?
Yes.
So this sort of clearly shows the point that I was trying to make. Over the years, we've whenever we began, in our careers, maybe 20 odd years back, one of the things that one always sort of felt was India had a 130 odd billion people, 120 odd billion people, but the set of people who were actually investing or directly involved in the equity markets was about 2%. Notice the number of investor additions that has happened, however, since 2014, 2015 or so. I would say that's about the time when mobile phones became really commonplace. Rather, smartphones became really commonplace. And notice in a year like 2020, when you had a market which entered bear market from lifetime highs in the shortest possible time, and then again gave us about 60 odd percent returns. Notice the investor additions that has happened in 2020, significant amounts of investor additions, and this in a year where when DIIs were actually big sellers in the market. If you can see figure 8 here, I just wanted to show as a part of my presentation here. Every year, the money that comes from domestic institutional investors last year has been very interesting in the sense of foreign investors being major buyers, but domestic institutional investors selling in the country, and yet retail investors picking up meaningfully. You had new investors coming up, our own Robin Hood investors, so to speak. And here, and this is from an exchange perspective, notice the activity. It's not just that these new investors have just taken their accounts and kept quiet. No, if you see the category wise participation in our markets, so retail investors were high enough. Usually, noise investors, they do contribute a significant part of our turnover. But notice what has happened in FY21. Every category here, be it cash markets, be it derivative markets, FY20, FY21 has seen a sort of rising trend. I will spare you the details across all sub-segments, but you will essentially notice that these retail investors have gone up they have participated into the markets. They have participated aggressively in terms of risky products. So, this again segues into what Radhika was essentially saying in terms of hindsight, view, having overconfidence that in a market where things are doing well, they can do better. They can amplify their gains, taking risk where they don't have probably a correct sense of how much risk is involved in a sort of derivative product. And my final slide here would be here. Notice this, that you know in an equity market, the idea that both Radhika, Nisarg, Joshi, you were discussing, that one has to look at the longer term. Radhika mentioned that a balanced fund over the last several years has given better returns with a zero point 0.6 beta than the market. However, look at what retail investors typically do. So if you see these Nifty companies or Nifty 500 companies or Nifty listed companies, all listed companies, you notice that retail investors typically have a higher share where the risk return trade-off is actually higher. Do retail investors have this information, or do institutional investors have this information? One notices that FIIs, DIIs, they are concentrated on the larger side of the market where they have better understanding, and arguably the retail investors have gone where they don't really have that kind of the clear understanding. So the point I was trying to make in all this is technology plays a big part, and this technology will, the story that Nisar pointed out, that once upon a time story, it has to go in a contrarian manner. It has to go where when markets are going good, someone has to tell a story that lay off the pedal, please come out, it's okay, think about a balanced fund, think about a fund where you look at an asset allocation story, don't look at equities right now, certainly don't go to derivatives if you don't have enough information about derivatives. So my limited point is the biases of behavioral investing are only now being understood. We've seen lots of fallacies. We've seen problems with equities in the pre 2008 period, and we've seen what has happened in debt over the last few years. It's only now investors are getting chastised. Our problems are amplified because of the role of the increased role of technology, and the battle, as Nisarg said, it is uphill. It has been made actually more uphill at this point. Technology could be made as a solution, a means to a solution to provide proper information, but that role has become even more important. And this I can say from a quasi-regulator perspective.
I have two follow-up points on this, Tirthanga. Point one is that we have seen the spike in retail participation, right? Especially in their roughly 2% increase in their ex Nifty 500 stocks. Uh, and we can see that this is despite the fact that you have reduced the leverage available in equity. Everyone seemed to really rush towards derivatives, but of course in these stocks you don't really have derivatives, the ex Nifty 500, right? So what is it that as a regulator you can do to forewarn them? Despite squeezing them out of leverage, they still seem to run after that. Is there something that you could do to discourage them from trading them? And
my own I can't speak for the institution, but I'll speak from my own view. I think what is important is to have proper information. There is no substitute for information. There is no substitute for learning. People that have burnt their fingers in one cycle will be far more cautious in the next cycle. This is again part of our evolutionary heritage. When we touch a thing that's hot, next time we are really we're really careful about it. As they say in Hindi, दूध का जला छाछ भी फूक फूक के पीता है. So I think there is no substitute. That does not necessarily mean that every investor has to get burned. No. So I think the experiences of history have to be made available in a palatable manner, maybe in a proper narrative to the new class of investors, and I think that's the only way. That's the only way. Discouragement probably is not the idea. It only makes people, it's like trying to control water. It finds its own level. The idea is not to have a blanket ban. The idea is not to have make life difficult for an investor. Rather, help them understand from a return risk trade-off perspective, and information is the key. It's tough, but that's the only way to go.
Yeah, I think our discussion so far, brings out narratives as the omnibus that we could actually throw around to solve a lot of our problems. But let's look at technology as an alternative. Tirthankar has just made this point. But we have experience of technology biting the other way, right? I mean, in fact, I remember Charles Schwab, when actually they introduced online broking, they had given an advertisement which read, "Slow dies first. Please move away from, physical trading to internet trading." But in fact, what happened is, whoever actually ran fast, they actually ended up dying themselves. Whoever had moved to online trading ended up losing more money. So I was thinking, starting with our panelists, Tirthankar, then to Radhika, and then to Nisarg, what are the, uh, flip sides of technology being engaged in this, be it robot advising, be it, trading using algos and so on. Yeah, please.
Joshi, since we are in the story mode, I will borrow from Marvel. With great power comes great responsibility. That's essentially the point. I mean, technology allows a retail trader today to make, to have trades right from his phone, right from his office, or in the lockdown, sitting from his home. Life is made much easier. Technology also allows him to, read or have access to information much faster than someone 10 or 15 years back. The gap between institutional investors, the information set available to an institutional investor, or that available to a retail investor is narrowing. But this does not automatically translate into the capacity to consume that information. That's the difficult part. So that's where the responsible part comes in. I don't think life is easy for Radhika and her ilk in the asset management industry in the country, in terms of managing such investors who have sudden access to this technology and are willy-nilly playing, just like their access. It's like it's so easy on their mobile phones. But like I said, it just gets a little tougher from a responsible investment perspective to stay clear of the temptations and take a longer, bigger picture view. I mean, if Radhika can sell her balanced fund in a responsible manner over a long period, I think that's the best service that can be done.
Yeah, Tirthankar, yeah, thank you for making the point. We know that technology can't assume the responsibility by itself. Someone has to encode that. Yeah, over to Radhika on this.
So I think there are Chandra makes a very interesting point, and I think technology has its up and down sides. And our hope also as a business that's digital is, and I'll give you some examples of how we're trying to push people on the upside. I think the downside he already talked about. The big downsides is that people have too much access to information. I did a little survey on my social media handle asking people how often they view their portfolios, and I was hoping the answer would be monthly. People told me daily. And that is scary. I always say your mutual fund NAV falls once a day, but because of this guy, it falls 10 times a day. WhatsApp alert, a Twitter alert, some group, this, that. So I think the access to information is high. Secondly, because of technology and social media, on a fund, there are so many people, half of who are not informed, going out and giving information. So it's very hard to filter out advice that is meaningful and well intended and advice that is just random opinion. I think one thing that we are trying to do as an asset management company, in fact, we just did a new website release yesterday, is to try and use our technology and our websites, etc., to give more real information about how to understand our product. So if you go to our portals now, you can actually do some of the analytics I was saying. Like you can see if I invested in a China fund for 5 years, what are the rolling 5 year returns? It helps align expectations. For instance, if I know that in a balanced advantage fund on an average 3 year basis, I won't lose money, but in a mid cap fund, I'm likely to lose money, perhaps that will help me set expectations. So we are trying to use technology to provide more decision making tools so that people make better investment decisions. And I think if investors can use technology to make better decisions and also to get access to some of the best thinking in the world, I mean, that's honestly why I'm on social media. If you can do that, then technology is your biggest friend. You don't need to actually, the good thing about technology is, and we talked a lot about the power of narratives, is it also prevents you from the narrative bias, because in the old days 10 years ago you didn't have any information. So whatever the fund management industry, and I'm from this industry, was going out and telling you, you had to believe. And look, we're in the business of selling funds and we're very good at doing it, right? Now you can actually filter out narrative from reality.
Thank you for making this point that narratives can be defeated with facts, aided by technology. But I guess another point that you touched upon, which might be of great interest to everyone, is that when you get bite-sized information, minute by minute, there is an obsession to look at what is going on. This is what we call as, myopia. It actually could create extremely myopic decision making. How do we, protect ourselves from being too, you would be happy, yeah, being in a cave, invested losses, no one actually comes to shame you. But if you go to a club every day and be on Facebook, your money is lost to someone that's going to pinch you so much more. How do we, sort of, this is an issue that comes up, right, in using technology and getting access to high frequent information about investments. Yeah.
I always say that you have to switch off the news, and I'll talk about what an institution can do. I think as an individual, you just have to turn back and switch off the news. I mean, I review my portfolio once a quarter, and I'm in this business, and I mute nearly all WhatsApp groups that I'm on. As an institution, I think some of the things that we can do is, for instance, we're put pressure on to do disclosures of portfolio positions every day. Do I need to disclose portfolio positions every day in equity funds? What does it tell you, right? So in our own way, we're trying to nudge people, or when we're building our websites for equity funds, we are not showing returns with less than a 1 year horizon. Even if people tell us put a 6 month button or a 3 month button, we're trying in our own subtle nudges to sort of widen people's time horizon. I can't control what the media around me does. I can't control what the paper publishes. But at least in my own communication, I am trying to control that as an institution.
Thank you. On to Nisarg now. Nisarg, if you could, dwell upon how robo-advising could, of course, that probably come at the peril of on business, but I'm not being parochial here. But how robo-advising could potentially help investors to remain more cool and collected in this turbulent times?
I think the biggest advantage of robo advice is basically removing the human element, and right. And when you remove the human element, you obviously are sort of then taking away all the behavioral biases, because anything which is sort of done by machine, as machine don't have life and they don't have their own brains, they won't be able to sort of behave in a erratic manner. if there is something which is given to them. The only challenge with the robo advisory, and I'm a huge sort of fan here, is the unfortunate part where the involvement of people, and I don't know, for some reason people like to be on top of their investments, right? I mean, I heard some comments and chats on these conversations going around saying, watching business news every day and reading newspapers on a daily basis. The funniest thing is try to pick up newspaper which is 6 months old and read it today. That would be the best sort of humorous stuff you will see in front of you. But moving on to the robo advisory, I think what we are more of an opinion is not something which is robo, which is like totally driven by machines. What I particularly prefer is ropo. It's slightly a deviation of robo, which is research online, purchase offline. So there's still a bit of human angle. You need human angle for two reasons. The first reason is, people always like to sort of have some sort of confirmation from other humans. So when you're buying something, your telephone tells you to buy, let's say, an X fund. You buy an X fund because the computer says that. But if you have somebody else along with you to confirm that, yeah, that is great, it's fantastic, then it makes even more sense. And the second reason is you have somebody to blame, to be very honest. If it goes wrong, you have somebody to blame, right? Eventually. And I think that's where it works really well, where you do the entire research, all the questions are all sort of digitally asked, all the answers are digitally received, the solution is digitally received, and then somebody who sort of then guides you through the nuances, the smaller aspect towards the end. But if you use technology, Professor Joshi, I think it's amazing. One of the things we are doing, and maybe a point outside your question I like to touch is investor communication, and how that investor communication, really aligning technology with investor communication, can work. What we've realized over a period of time that, at Schroders, we used to sort of really print a lot of lengthy white papers, stuff which would run up to 20, 30, 40 pages. Like, for example, is sugar the new tobacco? Was a white paper we published. And the answer is yes, by the way. It is the new tobacco. It would be the new tobacco, the only officially available drug in the world. That's sugar. If we, the challenge was, there are not many set of people who we would like to sort of read through this as we would like to. So we put so much time, money, and energy into publishing something which is 20, 30, 40 pages, and you end up having like 30 people who read it fully. What we realized is it's not the topic which is not interesting. It's actually the content. So what we've done is the same content, we package it in 3 or 4 different ways. As a Twitter feed for somebody who just wants literally a 30-second snapshot, as a one pager for somebody who wants to spend 5 minutes, and then it would be a 30 pager for somebody who really wants to dwell into it. So it's the same bit of information delivered in a different way, targeted at a different audience, which actually has the best results. And if you can do that effectively through technology, identify your audiences, the Twitter audience, the Instagram audience, the email audiences and the media audiences, I think then you can reach out to everybody in a way you want to. And it's the same point, but told in a different way to everybody. And that's where the reach increases of a communication using technology.
Thank you, Nisarg, for making brilliant points. I think, the ability to have someone to blame is a lot of safety valve in investments. In fact, the research actually shows that when in delegated portfolios which you have no problem booking losses, but your own portfolios, you will have problem in booking losses, right? So we have a lot of clarity on a number of things that we had started with. I think the panelists seem to really very strongly believe that solution-oriented approach broadcast using strong narratives aided with technology can probably, de-bias a lot of what we see in the market, but not yet dehumanizing them. Keeping the human touch, that's what Nisarg made this point. Repo, you research online, purchase offline. Probably then you can sort of have greater confidence in the solution that is offered to you, because there is a real person, right? It's not really generated by a Pentium MMX machine which is sitting somewhere, right? So I think that gives us a lot of clarity on these points. Before we conclude, I would like to take up one question from the audience. There are a number of them. So one question that we have is from Mr. Vishwesh. Sorry, I'm not able to get Vishweshwar. Vishweshwar, can you raise this question? Or you're not allowed to speak? Then I can speak it up for you. So the question that I will pose it to Radhika. So his concern is that, while we talk about robo advising, replace Ms. Radhika with a robot, but the robot is not really actuated by itself. There are programming biases of the individual. So aren't we really going back to the same problem? That's his concern.
Yes and no. And look, I come from a quant advice, investment background, and I think you have to remember, and I think Nisarg touched on this. I think quant solutions, quant advising, quant money management is ultimately the product of humans, right? So in itself, there is no science. There's a human behind it, and I think a lot of people market quant as, oh, the machines do everything. It doesn't work. Models have to be refined, models have to constantly be tweaked, models have to be adapted for different markets. What works in the US market doesn't work now. What worked in US fixed income pre-subprime may not work now. So one, there is a human behind it. I do think though, in some way, and the balanced fund I talked about is an example, models have a certain value because of the fact that they take decisions and they are not biased. So for instance, if a model is shifting between markets, equity and debt, it has the ability to do that shift. If I had to do that shift in March 2020, when the world was talking about riots because of lack of food, COVID cases going crazy, markets down 30%, chances are as an individual, I would not be able to do that because of biases. Models can overcome biases. So I think the right answer is somewhere in between. Do not believe that a model driven or a robot driven fund solves all the problems and all the mistakes that humans can make, because its architect is a human, but it has value in controlling a certain amount of bias.
Okay, so we have run over the time. Thank you so much, panelists, for making so many brilliant points. And probably boom and bust in the markets would be just replaced with blooms, hopefully with some of these adaptations that might happen in future. Thank you so much, Ms. Radhika, Mr. Nisarg, and Mr. Tirthankar, for spending time to discuss these issues. I'm sure that the audience have a lot of excitement and have greater number of questions, but unfortunately we have a time limit. We would welcome the organizers to pass the curiosities to us. Hopefully we can send it out to the panelists and seek some response to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Joshi. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
Hello, Professor Joshi.
Yes.
Yeah, we can move on to the paper presentations.
Sure.
Okay.
Can we start?
Yes, yes.
Professor Joshi,
yes.
Distinguished panel members, it's a matter of profound privilege for us to get this opportunity of making a presentation on our paper on herding and overconfidence.
Yes.
I'm thankful to BSIM NSE and I'm Ahmedabad for giving us the opportunity. Let me introduce myself. I am Vinod Kumar. I've been teaching here in Delhi in one of the institute called Jagan Institute of Management Studies, JIMS, and my co-author, Dr. Ruchi Arora, has been teaching there in New Delhi Institute of Management in Delhi. Let me initiate the process. You see, the behavioral finance during the last few years has gathered a lot of attention. As an explanation, because there are so many anomalies we are finding in the real world. The standard finance and the market efficiency, which we generally say should be working in a rational atmosphere, doesn't really work. Lot many of financial crises, starting from 30s, Asian crisis, subprime crisis, pandemic, Eurozone crisis, all this have been probed by the various researchers. And over a period of time, they are claiming that the psychological biases basically is the reason for all these financial crises. And they have come out with the various sincere arguments based on the empirical research that one or the other biases, psychological biases, pervading in the financial world has been leading to this kind of crisis. Now, this subject has gathered attention during the last few years, especially after Daniel Kahneman's Nobel Prize being awarded to him in 2002, I think. The idea basically is that the investment decisions which are being undertaken by the investors are guided by certain biases. The overconfidence and herding biases primarily is the subject of our research work. We have been trying to understand that these biases have been resulting into the decisions which turn out to be over a period of time, the inappropriate decisions. Instead of making profits, you end up with the losses because you are afflicted by these overconfidence and herding biases. You see, in the financial world, there are so many biases, but we have confined our attention to these two important biases. Why do we need to study this? The basic impetus for this work has come from to understand that these biases, if we understand that, we should not be afflicted by those biases. And the second important thing, since the market, the participants have been biased and have been taking inappropriate decisions, they have been guided by the biases. They are committing a mistake. It creates an opportunity for those who find that these people are making a mistake of selling the good stock during pandemic or Asian crisis and things like opportunity to buy. The Warren Buffett has already mentioned a number of times that the one who can swim against the current can really make profits. These kind of opinions which are emerging basically has been put to study, and the research has been conducted here in Delhi by approaching some of the investors who have been investing for the last 5 years and the institutional investors, basically the professional investors. I think that is the basic exercise. We want to avoid those mistakes. And secondly, if people are committing mistakes, I can take advantage of those mistakes of others because I can't change them. I would like now to Ruchi Arora to take it up. Ruchi?
Thank you, sir. I think my screen is visible to everybody.
Yes. Yes.
So I'll talk about some of the researches which has taken place in the past. Mainly these researches have taken place in US markets. One of the very famous research done by Barber and Odion, Boys Will Be Boys, Gender Overconfidence and Common Investment, in which he has depicted that men trade 45% more than women, which depicts the overconfidence, and men are more overconfident than women. Similar kind of research has been done by various other researchers too, like Dietrich and Guth, in which he has prepared a model and he has done an experimental research. A simple model of herd behavior was depicted by A.V. Banerjee, which he has shown a model depicting the herd behavior among individuals where they use the information of previous decision makers and not using their own information. Similar kind of research done by M. Cipriani, estimating a structural model of herd behavior. So these are the researches which has, and these researches are not end in itself. There are many more which have been conducted, but these mainly are conducted in US market and Indian equities market. There are very less research which has been conducted. So our objective or the research gap which we have found is that very less researches have been conducted in Indian market. Now, so this comes a research question that are individual investors and relationship managers, both, they're likely to be driven by the bouts of bias, which could affect the investment decision. Now, based on the research question, we have formed the objectives, which are the first objective of a study is to check that psychological biases, which are overconfidence and hoarding that have influence on the investment decision of investors, to check that relationship managers or the portfolio managers, are they less affected by the overconfidence and hoarding than common investors having similar experience. So we have not just checked the individual investors, we have also checked the relationship managers who are investing the money on behalf of the investors in the stock market. So we have mainly covered the Indian equities market. Now, the hypothesis which we have formed based on our objectives are the first one, overconfidence bias as a psychological factor is significant for investment decision making for both type of investor. Herding bias as a psychological factor is significant for investment decision making for both type of investor. The third one is there is a significant difference between the individual investor and relationship manager with respect to overconfidence. And the similar kind of hypothesis that is there any significant difference between the investors and the relationship manager with respect to herding. So we are not just checking that are the investors only affected by these kind of biases, or is the relationship managers also affected by these kind of biases like overconfidence and herding. Like Dr. Vinod had said that we have only taken two variables, which is overconfidence and herding, and there are so many biases like self-attribution, anchoring, loss aversion. These has not been taken in the studies, so this is one of our limitation of the study. The research methodology which we have used is we have taken the non-probability sampling technique, snowball sampling. So snowball sampling has helped us in approaching the respondents which was otherwise difficult. For example, approaching the relationship managers or the portfolio managers was quite difficult. So where we have used our references, we have approached the brokerage houses and used the references like we have some friends and the friends have some friends. So we have used a snowball sampling technique. Though this technique has its own demerits, like the one of the participant, the respondent may affect the other participant, but the advantage is overweighing the cost. So this technique was used, and we are able to get the data of 291 respondents, which includes 56 relationship managers. We have circulated around 600 forms, a structured questionnaire which was formed on a 5-point Likert scale, and we approach them through this technique. So only 291 data could be able to capture. Now, two sample groups have been taken for the study. One was a relationship manager who was investing their clients' money in stock market, largely in equities, having more than 5 years of experience, and individual investors who are investing their own money in the stock market who have similar experience more than 5 years. So data analysis, we have used independent sample t-test, which compares the means between the two unrelated groups on the same continuous dependent variable. So in our case, dependent variable was herding and overconfidence, and two groups were the individuals and the relationship managers. The second analysis which we have performed by means of confirmatory factor analysis, we have used AMOS 24. Now this confirmatory analysis, it is a statistical technique used to verify the factor structure of a set of observed variables. So it allows us to test the hypothesis that has a relationship between the observed variable and the underlying latent construct. CFA relies on several statistical tests to determine the adequacy of the model fit to the data. The sample profile of the respondents were as follows. So there were individual investors 235 and relationship managers 56. The age varies from 20 to 60, and they were investing in the markets more than 5 years. So they have a proportion of investing in equities more than 20%, and they varies from a different level of risk, from a moderate to a high risk taker. So the reliability testing using the Cronbach alpha, which was more than 0.7, and we've used a Barlett's test of specificity and KMO for investigate the factorability of the data. So the sample was good enough for doing the testing. Now comes the analysis and the interpretation part. We've used the independent test wherein we found that overconfidence, equality of variance has been considered. The value is more than 0.05, more than the 95 at a 95% confidence level, which implies there's no significant difference between the investors and relationship managers with respect to overconfidence bias. So both the sample groups are exhibiting the biasness equally. So overconfidence was found in the investors as well as the relationship managers. For herding bias, the quality of variance has been considered since the significant value is more than 0.05. From t-test for equality of means table, it was found that significant value is more than 0.05, which is 0.807, which implies that there is no significant difference between the investors and relationship managers with respect to herding. So both are exhibiting the herd behavior equivalently. Using the confirmatory factor analysis, we have 5 items which are the observed variables and which are forming the construct, which is overconfidence. This is the latent variable. So this variable is not used in the questionnaire directly. So the questions have been asked like you do not use stop loss while buying or selling the stock. So similarly, the other questions were, so which is depicting the overconfidence. So you believe that your skills and the knowledge of the stock market can help you in outperforming the market. So all these 5 items are forming the construct, and we have found a model which is good for a good fit. So NFI, which is normal fit index, incremental fit index, TLI, comparative fit index, and RMSEA, they're more than the required level. Similarly, for the herding bias, we have found that there are 3 questions or the 3 items forming the construct. So we have used a 0 order level CFA. In this also, we have found that it is the model is a good fit, and all the parameters like NFI, IFI, TLI, comparative fit index, and the goodness of fit index are more than the required level. So these were our interpretation. Now we'll discuss the findings and the conclusion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. I think the research work which we have done obviously gets corroborated by various other research works being done earlier by Stein or Gurenio or Asif. The basic idea which we have developed out of this study is that investors individually as well as institutional investors or professional managers, both set of people are inflicted by the 2 important biases, which is herding as well as overconfidence. The overconfidence of the individual investors, I think in one of the panel discussion, Mr. Pantayak mentioned about that the mutual funds have been consistently selling. That gets corroborated by, I think, I was listening to Mr. Patnaik, who said that mutual funds during the last 1 year have been consistently selling the stocks, and portfolio managers, that foreign portfolio managers have been buying. The individual investors have been selling through the mutual funds. The outcome of that is that the individual investors are opening their personal demat accounts and have started investing on their own. It is corroborating the fact that they are overconfident about their own analysis and selection of the stock as well as timing. Most of the investors in general are overconfident. When they select a stock and any negative information comes, they forget about it, they don't look at it, they ignore it, and they continue to buy and hold on that stock because they think that they are capable of analyzing any company. And the timing too, they have been able to buy at the right point of time. More often than not, it has been found that they are not taking the right decision. That outcome which we have found in this study is corroborating basically the argument that herding and overconfidence is inflicting the individual as well as professional investors. Now, the major limitation of our study is that we have not been able to look at various geographical areas. We have confined our attention to the Delhi investors only. I think the investors, whether in Mumbai or in Delhi, are of similar kind, and they are affected by the similar kind of biases. Investors' behavior is similar all around the globe, what to talk of Delhi or Mumbai. The other basic limitation is that we could confine our attention to only these 2 biases, which is herding and overconfidence. I think more research can be undertaken when we pick up some of the other biases and expand our research work, which we intend to do sooner than later. I think the usefulness of our study is not only for individual investors as well as for institutional investors. Both of them need to understand that they should not be guided by the pervasive herd mentality when everybody is buying and they're following. it can be noticed when we look at closely the mutual funds even. Majority of the stocks of the mutual funds in their portfolio are similar. If you are buying, HDFC mutual fund is buying some stock called Tata Steel, the SBI mutual fund is also buying. They imitate others without doing much of the analysis. I don't know whether it may be because of the limited number of stocks. That's why they invest in limited number of. But then it is seemingly, to me, it appears that it is herding behavior which is getting reflected even in the mutual fund investors. Institutional investors, as well as the regulatory bodies. NSE has put the circuit filters kind of thing primarily to avoid this kind of continuity of buying over a period of time because of the biased herding philosophy which pervades in the market. Educational bodies, I think IIM Ahmedabad is, I think, indifferent to educate the students that this is a subject which must be studied along with the fundamental analysis or technical analysis, without which I think we may not be appropriately taking the decisions. So all these kind of things are our contributions. I think now we'll open it for any kind of questions which the audience has for us. Any questions?
Thank you, Ruji and Vinod, for presenting this paper on herding and overconfidence. It brings interesting insights from the field. I have a couple of questions here. One, you have examined two biases which in some way would conflict each other, right? If you have a very strong overconfidence about own abilities, then you tend to not join the crowd, right? Because you think that this is my strong belief about this asset, and no matter what others do, I don't want to be part of that, right? So if you could offer some insights on, how, or if yes, would these two biases offset each other, or would they complement, or are they very independent of each other? That would be useful.
I would not say that they are independent. You are very right in making a statement that when you are overconfident of the selection of the stock on your own, you may not be following the herd. But independently, when we look at those kind of behavior patterns, they have the impact because they have been the pervasive factors which are affecting the investor's behavior. We have looked at the independent. You're very right that they may, if you're overconfident about the selection of the stock on your own, you may not be following the crowd. You're very right. But we have analyzed them independently, that these two biases, do they have an impact on their behavior of the investors? And we have found, yes, that's true.
Okay. The second point that I have, it's more of not a question, but one of a suggestion. Like, if you were to read from the research that you have done and think of some policy advice, what would be that for framing, for regulating or regulating investors or intermediaries who are selling products to investors?
I think the regulatory bodies can certainly, I think an appropriate exercise is being done already by National Stock Exchange and SEBI by putting the circuit filters that if there is excessive buying because of which the price of the stock or the market is suddenly jumping because of the herd behavior, they are putting the circuit filter. I think that meticulously, if applied for the whole of the market, as well as in the derivative markets. You see, these kind of circuit filters are not applicable in the derivative stocks. They are applicable in the other stocks. The derivative stocks or those stocks which get listed on a particular day on the IPO, there is no limit. So those kind of regulatory measures, if introduced, can help reduce this kind of excessive herding behavior.
Okay. One another last point that I have is,
I would like to add one more point here, which Dr. Vinod has just said. We can see the example day before yesterday when RBI did not change the repo rate, and the observation which we have on the SBI stock, we could see that without any reason, the technical chart was showing that it is going to be down because of the momentum and the other things, but we have seen that it actually increased. So rightly said by sir, that there is no check on the stocks which have a derivatives. So in that, one of the
Okay.
suggestions
Oh,
is.
oh, okay. Another point is just about your methodology. Is it likely that, see, all of us have certain socially desirable image, right? We want to be appearing someone who's not overconfident, not thinking through. We don't want to be just sort of joining madness of a crowd. We want to remain independent. So in a questionnaire, when we ask these questions and try to measure them on these scales, is it likely that they would actually give you more socially desirable answers, which are, indicative of less herding and less overconfidence, and not being able to really measure the true character or trait?
Well, yes, there can be distinct possibility of that kind of a thing, being giving the socially desirable answer rather than the accurate answer. It's very difficult to make out when we are.
But do you think such a thing is a issue with kind of research like this?
Oh yes, it is. It is. It's difficult to make out because at times people are not giving the accurate answers.
Okay.
It should
Thank
be.
you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, Ruchi and Vinod, for making this presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
sir.
for giving us the opportunity to
Yeah,
present our paper.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Uh, so we will be breaking for lunch for an hour. We will return at 2:15. Please do join again at 2:15. We have two more paper presentations left. They're both very interesting studies. We request you all to join again at 2:15. Thank you, Professor Jacob.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
After we called Simran and we told them, and then I sat down and saw the agenda. That's an idea I should have just talked it up. Yeah. Because we had already mentioned to everybody, like we said, Joshi, the second time, that we yes, 1 hour break and then it's looking back to 12 to 3. No, I know. The thing is, we had so much to do. This could have been tackled by her. Because she was clearly in सर लाइव ऑफ कर दो ना यूट्यूब पे वो तो ऑन ही रहेगा हाँ अच्छा ठीक है रिकॉर्डिंग ऑफ कर दिया ना हाँ हाँ फिर सर एक काम करो वो बैनर का फोटो ऑन कर दो एटलीस्ट कुछ तो बैनर का वो तो कुछ तो लगे रहे क्योंकि फिर वो लोग ज्वाइन करते हैं फिर उनको लगता है कि कुछ है नहीं
Hello.
So,
Shall we start?
Ms. Bhavna, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if you would like to start, we can begin the session.
Okay, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, good afternoon to all. I am Bhavna Sharma, along with Dr. Shalini Singh and Dr. Megha Agarwal is going to present the topic Impact of COVID on Financial Planning, a comparison between males and females. Financial planning is a holistic exercise to evaluate one's current and future financial standing, and it enables you to achieve all the goals in a systematic manner. So, financial planning contributes to the satisfaction of overall happiness of every individual. So, every individual needs to understand them before getting started with the financial planning. So, very first question which comes to one's mind is why one needs to do the financial planning. So, the need is basically because throughout the life we are saving the money and we want to, save whatever we have earned the money, we want to save it for the rainy days. So, because in a certain period during our lifetime and when we retire, then we need to save to have a beautiful and peaceful life and be financially independent. Financial planning invites a lot of worries with itself uh, because earning plays an important role sorry, in making the financial decisions. And individuals basically who are earning less, they hardly make any financial decision. So one need to start early as it will provide a good time to study and knowledge to make the timely move. So financial planning is a very serious perspective because one needs to take a sensible decision in their life, which is associated with their hard-earned money. And in the diversified situation has been monitored among males and females when they have to take financial decisions, and especially during pandemic and due to independent living. Now we can see that females also undertake this financial planning process, and they also think wisely before expending. So present situation has made us realize that financial planning is very important because the COVID has started to impact the personal finances of the people. Most of them have lost their jobs or they have got the pay cuts. So this pandemic has taught us that it is very important to save for the emergencies because future is uncertain and we might, you know, might land in a situation uh, which we do not get income or maybe we lose job. So we have reviewed many papers, but we have included 23 papers in our study. And I'll just go through the important ones that Genten et al. Studied the impact of COVID on various aspects like business, economics, and psychology in Malaysia. And the study revealed the financial behavior of individuals during COVID, like the inflexible budgets by the people, lack of financial literacy among them, and lack of discipline. Mogaji 2020 has discussed the financial vulnerability during COVID 19, and the author focused on the economic impacts of the COVID, like panic buying, layoffs, and unemployment issues in every sector, be it retail or hospitality, insurance. Jan 2020 studied the behavioral change in India with respect to change in income in pre and post COVID situation. And the study has found that there is lesser change in the saving pattern in post-COVID, but there is much increase in the expenses of the people, like they are spending more on groceries and online earning. So the expenditure on the other luxury things have been reduced due to COVID, and it is continue to be reduced in future. USC and Suryandari agreed that financial knowledge is important and one can have affluent financial life ahead. And research was done in COVID situation in Indonesia. And the study analyzed that financial literacy is an important factor for positive financial attitude and well-being. And in the COVID situation, it is very important for people to manage their finances with their knowledge and utilize the benefits of financial literacy. Our main objectives of the study was to analyze the impact of COVID on the financial planning of people and to compare the viewpoint of the males and females towards the impact of financial planning. Our hypothesis was that there is no significant difference in the respondents' viewpoint towards the impact of COVID on the financial planning. We have prepared a questionnaire on using 5-point Likert scale from strongly disagree to agree. And we have collected responses from 156 respondents during April to July 2020. And our sampling, the population was North India, but we collected the data from Delhi, NCR, UP, and Haryana states. And we use purposive sampling method as we rely on the judgment when choosing the response to participate in the study. And we analyze the data using independent sample t-test to compare the means of the males and females that determine whether there is a significant difference between the means of the two groups. We have checked the reliability of the questionnaire and the value was 0.713. So it is a good measure of internal consistency. We have collected the demographic profile of the respondents and found that majority of them are in the age group of 31 to 40. 52% of them were unmarried. 64% were postgraduates. 62% were in service. 41% have created 6 to 8 months of the household expenses as an emergency fund. 44% agreed that there is no increase in the savings during quarantine period. 51% did not avail the moratorium facility and 81% did not bought the COVID insurance. Now our study revealed that the females have given more importance to the investing in the gold, bonds or mutual funds, followed by they are planning to buy a car or home in near future. They have withdrawn their savings in the COVID situation, maybe due to pay cuts or the job loss. And they think that they might have to opt for a personal loan if to meet the high priority expenses. While the males have placed the investing in the bonds and mutual funds on the top, followed by they have withdrawn their savings and they also think that they have to opt for a loan to meet the expenses. And they also think that holding the cash is better idea than investing somewhere. Statistically, t-test results show that there is a significant difference in the respondents' viewpoint towards market will be stabilized in future, that is 0.048, and their spending habits have changed due to COVID, that is 0.046, and they are planning to buy the car or home in near future, 0.049. Therefore, our null hypothesis is rejected. It is concluded that COVID has changed the mindset of people and encouraged them to save more and spend less. So the results of the study show that most of the people have withdrawn their savings, and they think that holding the cash is a better idea than to invest somewhere at this point of time. And most of them think that they have to opt for a loan to meet the expenses. So due to COVID situation, it is very important now to focus and change our financial planning process. So it is recommended that one must create an emergency fund, which should be at least 6 months of our household expenses. And people should start investing in liquid instruments like recurring deposits or SIPs, because uh, due to COVID situation, it is now very important to have cash. Safety of our finance is also an important concern, as the future is uncertain. So it is very necessary to have funds, or generally in the cash form, to meet our immediate expenses. So it is recommended to maintain at least 3 to 6 months of our expenses in the liquid funds and to cut down the discretionary expenses. Our limitations of the study was that we have focused only on the North Indian people. So further studies may include the respondents from other parts of the country. The sample size was also limited to 156, so the results may not represent the whole population. Future studies could replicate the current study with larger number of respondents, and because we have got the responses through primary data, so it is subject to various type of biasness. And current study has employed only independent sample t-tests, so further studies may be conducted using other statistical tests. Other studies may also may be done on by taking the age groups or the different impact of experience or occupation on the financial planning process. Our implications of the study is that this study will contribute in the field of financial planning, and this would be very helpful for the individuals who are going through the financial planning process during the COVID-19, and they will be able to know the impact of COVID on the financial planning of people. And this study will also provide a base to the future researchers for conducting research in this area. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay. Your paper is about how financial planning focus has changed during the pandemic, right? We know that individuals, when they try and etch out a portfolio for them, they have various concerns in mind. One such concern is, want to preserve their liquidity. The other is to really sort of, make sure that they have sufficient growth in their assets. And the third is to really reach an aspirational level of wealth. In a way, somewhat parallel to what we call as Maslow's hierarchy. Are there some insights that you have how the pandemic has impacted their sort of motive to preserve liquidity, ensure growth, and probably reach a certain, certain aspirational level of wealth? How have these attitudes, if any, changed during the pandemic?
No, we haven't studied this aspect, but we may include it in our further studies.
Okay. Do you really see a sense of change in the need to preserve wealth? You don't want to really take so much of risk because you saw the markets crashing. So what are the very visible shifts that you observe, if you were to really sort of give it a high level picture of what you have done?
Because as we have talked to some of the respondents also, so because due to the COVID situation, especially in our area, most of the respondents have lost their jobs, or even they have got the pay cuts from 30 to 40%. So because from last 1 year, they do not want to spend more, but they want to save, because earlier they have not saved much. Their their perspective was to just spend so that every month, this is specifically related to salaried people. But now their focus have changed, and now they are giving more importance to these savings and to have liquidity, because the future is uncertain. So this is the best example the COVID have given them.
Okay, I have a question from the audience. Are you able to see the question from the audience?
Yes.
Can you respond?
Yes, obviously, we can, conduct the study in different states, and then we can have, obviously, we can have, different results because of the change in the geographic.
Okay. So, as a follow-up question of what he has raised, why do you think these differences that you would expect would occur? Is it due to cultural differences, wealth level differences, prior fluency with the markets, or is it a social structure? What could be, sort of factors that might drive it?
What I think the main difference is maybe due to the working differences, because here when I'm talking about these states in North India, here there is more of pay cuts and job losses. So maybe it is not the situation in different states. So this may be the important factor for the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Shall we move to the next paper?
Mr. Harsimran, could we have your presentation, please?
Audible?
Yes, your slides are visible. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. My paper is on effect of price changes on individual institutional investors. I myself, an industry practitioner, work with Standard Chartered. I've just recently completed my PhD from Ahmedabad. So this study is basically we're looking at the effect of price ranges where market prices make any impact on the individual and institutional ownership in the market. If you just look at from a perspective of just localized from India perspective and globally as well, companies continue to kind of split market prices. Mutual fund continue to bring IPOs of the same fund, which it is already available with them, and they continue to garner much higher corpuses at that point of time. By just subscribing to the fact that the IPO is available at 10 rupees or a mutual fund is available at 10 rupees. So this, I think, is a huge kind of a bias in terms of individual investors, which they think that the lower market price means that something is available at a discount to the current prices. And in the efficient equity market, nominal price of a stock should not have no significance to market participants. But still, many firms constant share price in the equity market considered a puzzle, which was studied by Dial and Elliott 2006 and Wild 2009, which they consist that why companies split prices, why the overall market, American market and the New York Stock Exchange have maintained a constant price of $25 since the Great Depression. The firms have actively maintained constant prices throughout. I think one aspect which I got fascinated is from the anchoring bias of firms and for market prices and for the customers as well. Are there any prices in the market which kind of anchor to the customers? They would individually, if a firm kind of gets to a certain price in the market, whether the individual investors go to that price and the firms would like to split in those ranges as well. So this is some of the questions. I think in a very recent study, Bain and KH 2019 analyzed prices of 49 countries and found that corporation revert to country-specific anchors for market prices via split and stock splits. This was a recent study, and they could get to some very specific prices in various countries, which they were coming back to. And in a very interesting and a landmark paper by Malcolm Baker, I think he proposed a very, very prominent theory called Catterick theory of nominal prices, in which he says that companies supply low nominal prices through stock splits and through low IPO prices. So on. And he further kind of substantiated the fact that when the price to book value between large cap and mid cap firms is very wide, then companies split more to lower prices to capture low price premium. So he kind of looked at prices at low price premium that companies want to capture that, and individuals kind of goes towards those companies. So I think that was a very, very interesting aspect which Baker kind of 2009 captured around it. So the objective of the study is that because India is of high promoter, initial promoters may use these prices to anchor to specific ownership structure post IPO and post split prices. Do we kind of target any specific IPO structures because individuals are biased towards low prices and institutional are biased towards higher prices because there are transactional costs at lower lines? Now, our empirical findings highlight the economic significance of stock prices and how firms anchor the individual investors in both in the primary and the secondary market. So we get the same results both in the primary and the secondary market. If you just look at it, I have divided the entire market into some price bands, and then we look at the mean percentage of individual holding against each price band. If you look at the lowest price band of 0 to 10, there are 40% of the individual holding is about 40%. And when you go higher in the price band, the individual holding goes down drastically. If you look at greater than 200 market prices, individual holding is about 10%, which starts at 40% at 0 to 10. This was the data had to be done from 2006 to 2015. And if you look at from the perspective of how, so this is a static data. So we also looked at when the split happens, how individual ownership changes. So if you look at it, post-split prices from 0 to 10, 11 to 20, 20 to 1, so we divided to all, then we went up to the 90 percentile of the post-split prices. We found that a very significant change in the individual ownership and a split between 0 to 10. So 59 to 63, the difference is the main difference.
May I ask a clarificatory question here?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So this nominal price illusion and
yes.
And the associated, distorted demand for low priced stocks have been well recorded by set of papers, some of which you have cited yourself, Justin Biru, and so on, right?
Yes.
So how do these numbers compare, India versus elsewhere? Is there a greater intensity of ownership in nominally low price stocks in India compared to US? If you have done such.
Yeah, so I think if you look at the nominal prices of some of the from the developed market, I found that the nominal prices are much higher and the customers are more rational and they anchor to little more higher prices. If you look at India, they kind of sometimes move to very, very tiny and some of very irrelevant companies, I would say, from market cap perspective, companies perspective, some balance sheet. If you look at kind of companies that they are in 0 to 10 and 11 to 20, they're extremely small and micro cap companies. And where the kind of promoter holding is also somewhat higher and promoter is also manipulating the stocks as well. This was some of the thing. And if I look at US and some of the other markets, the anchoring happens at much, much higher prices for individual investors. And the companies are also well known. But India, I have to look at from the developing markets, whether developing markets continue to anchor at very, very low and tiny micro kind of companies in this market. And whether I wanted to understand whether promoters, because these are the initial promoters, whether they play some kind of a trick to bring these companies to certain prices and they kind of change the ownership structure to their advantage and just kind of creating an agency problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the second graph. If you look at it, is the promoter holding we charted for both post-paid prices and IPO prices. We see that as the prices kind of go up, kind of go up, the promoter holding kind of reduces at a certain end. If you look at the fag end, the promoter holding kind of goes down, which will go in greater detail in the next little slide. Look
Can
at
you,
this
can you
graph.
stay back on the previous slide?
Yes.
So what we have on the x-axis is the price, right?
Yes, the price, the post-split price and the IPO issue prices.
So if the prices are higher, the promoter holding is, what are you concluding? Promoter holding is?
So I am saying that promoter holding, if the promoter holding is lower, then he would like to split more to kind of disperse the ownership.
Okay.
He want to maintain his control. And you also find that if institutional holding is higher, then also promoter holding, they kind of split into lower ranges to keep some kind of, because there is a passivity in terms of, let me look at this way, there is a passivity that comes into if it's more dispersed. Individuals are not, literatures argue that individuals are not very good in going to AGMs, raising their voice, and if the holdings are more dispersed, then promoter, and India, mostly promoter is the CEO of the company and he is the controller. It's easier for the promoter.
Okay.
Yeah. If you look at the post-split prices and individual ownership structure, and I kind of this thing, if you look at the variation at the lower end of the post-split prices, the variation is much higher. As we go to higher post-split prices, this thing, the earlier studies, what they've done is a very linear relationship. They have not looked at very price ranges. I think this is a very interesting thing, that whether any price range in the post-split price makes a difference. We split at any price. So each company goes to a specific, I would say, their anchoring price, I would say. The whole idea of the study is to look at that anchoring. What is that anchor, that a mean anchor that country kind of looks at it? And whether each country has its own price anchors, both in the primary and the secondary market.
But is it very surprising that, see, if you look at most of the skater is mostly at the lower end, right? For prices below 50 or less than 100, at least one can say.
Yes. Yes.
It could be brought about by the fact that on the upper end, it is possible that the splitting of shares have actually now brought them within the nominal price range of individual investors' radar.
Yeah.
At the negative deviations could be brought about by the fact that split actually often is associated with price gains, and therefore individuals have made money. They have actually been timing or trying to just take advantage of one stock, and maybe a news-driven investment, once the price reaches where it is, they're just exiting, right? Can that be the story? And whereas stocks,
one added advantage I just want to, that more, if out of the 900 companies, more than half of the companies split between 0 to 30. Out of the 956 splits which have happened in last 10 years, majority of the companies have split between 0 to 30. And the majority of the shift in the ownership has happened between 0 to 30. That is significant. So why companies are splitting in that range, and why kind of investors kind of move in that range, benefiting out of that. And I agree to your point that whether there is a long term they stay, I think I've not covered in that study, whether so I have taken, if you look at it in the study, I have taken 2 months before the split, 2 quarters before the split, the cut, and 1 quarter before the split, so that there is no issue on the announcement date. 2 quarters will come to kind of 6 months before the split. You take the percentage of investors, and 1 quarter after the split.
One of the ways by which you can probably try to demystify why this range, and you have seen that all of them clustered between 0 to 30, right?
Yes, more or less 0 to 30 is the clustering that is happening for companies as well as for investors.
So is it difficult then to sort of do a 0-1 kind of those who are split and those who have not, and then you can see what determines that, right? Essentially, there is a certain token you think actually offers liquidity to the stock, I don't know, and you want to really be at the threshold of that token.
So that actually this is a part of my thesis. So the third chapter talks about liquidity. The liquidity increase happens at the same range, 0 to 30. Trading value increases at the same range. The liquidity hypothesis also kind of support the fact that the individual investors are coming. And the institutional investors also exit at the same range. So why they kind of exit those stocks? That's they exiting at the same range and individual investors coming at the same range.
Yeah.
If they are the rational ones, they should not exit.
Yes.
And IPO issue price is individual ownership structure as well. If you look at the IPO issue price, the individual ownership kind of goes up in 0 to 50, again the same range. Sorry for the scale, but it's the same scale we're talking about. The IPO issue price has little larger scale because of the choice. I think because of the fact that number of companies coming IPO is much smaller. So the range is little wider, it's 0 to 50. For the post-paid prices, 0 to 30 or 0 to 20, you can say that, more or less. So a brief review of the literature. Exam Poon developed a hypothesis predicting the stock splits would result in client shift for individual investors. Zilch 2000 to 2000 number of small increases falling the stock. So my first hypothesis is that the lowest ranges of post-paid price in the secondary market leads to highest positive changes in individual ownership and highest negative changes in institutional ownership. And if you look at this interesting study of Fernando 2004, where he linked the IPO issue price to the ownership structure post the IPO, where he's saying that if the IPO is at a lower price, the individual investors will also dominate the post ownership structure. And in the very latest paper, Amani 2020 talks further that the companies target prices to target preferential ownership structure in the equity market. So this really clear out that there is some kind of ownership structure that the company is targeting, where leads to a second hypothesis: the lowest ranges of IPO issue prices, which are primary price anchors in the primary market, lead to the highest ownership in the individual investors and lowest ownership among the institutional investors. And I just want to look at, because we are looking from India perspective, promoter is extremely important. And that there are certain studies which, like Mello and Pearson, 1988 showed, and one of the objectives of IPO companies to target disperse outside the initial promoter holding. And promoters aim to diffuse among individual investors, increase passivity associated with individual investors, which I kind of highlighted. This is Black 1992. Firms which want to avoid institutional ownership among ownership structure, avoid monitoring, target lower prices to increase individual ownership. So this is well captured in there. And that leads to my kind of third and there are two parts of the hypothesis, that split companies with lower price percentage of promoter holding in the ownership, and higher percentage of institutional ownership target lower prices to have higher positive dispersion among individual investors. And IPO companies with lower percentage of promoter holding post IPO listing target lower issue prices to have higher ownership dispersion among individual investors. The research methodology I've divided into two parts: impact of post-split prices, market prices low to high, and the level of promoter holding on ownership structure, institutional versus individual versus institutional. Impact of IPO issue prices low to high, and level of promoter holding on the percentage of individual and institutional investors. And the model kind of controls for both the primary and the secondary market some of the variables which control for. So all the hypotheses, the final sample of the IPO we takes at 200, and firms which split market is split is at 477. This is the model. First, we look at the impact of post-split prices ranges low to high in the level of promoter holding ownership structure. The delta I and DVI is basically just the difference between 2 quarters individual ownership 2 quarters before the split. So there is no problem with the announcement effect of the split, and 1 quarter after the split where the full conversion of the split has already happened. So we take the difference between the two. We create 8 price dummies basically, and then we kind of look at the effect of each price dummy. The dummy takes the value of 1 if it's within a price range. Otherwise, the dummy takes the value of 0. Then we look at the promoter holding, institutional holding, and the firm specific factors, which includes market capitalization, price to book, volatility, log turnover. So we kind of looked at all the secondary market kind of controls. Same we do with the institutional investors to look at the impact of post-split price ranges basically, and we divide the ranges into 8 parts. If you look at the post-split price ranges, it goes from 0 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31. So we look at the impact of all the ranges, and we represent all the ranges through dummy variables. This is the second model on the IP offer price, impact on individual ownership and institutional ownership. If you look at, again, it is divided into 9 bands, 0 to 50, 51 to 100, 101 to 50, depending on, and we go to the 90th percentile of the IPO issue price, which is 104, 101
One
to
issue
100.
that you might have to consider here is that
yeah.
Anyway, the IPO price is not sort of drawn out of the blue, right? It is, there is a certain amount of information gathering which is formalized under book building process. So therefore, it's directly indicative of, while you can say that, what is the meaning of price? It is the total value of the firm that matters. But the number of shares which they are, broadly the indicator range that they have put up. So maybe, I don't know whether rather than looking at the final IPO price, which is necessarily reflective of the demand which is indicated by the institutional and others, would it make sense to really look at the range that they set, before the book building process? That we can say is a targeting by the firm.
I went by literature actually for this. If you look at literature for Fernando 2004, he looks at the IPO issue price. But yeah, I agree with your fact that I can include the controls. Now, it's include about 3 controls. What I've done is that I've included 4 more controls in this. Basically, the kind of financial health of the company before the IPO, because most of the IPO kind of what is the price to book, what is the price earnings, some quality about the quality of the promoter as well. Maybe that is kind of looked at in that. What is the management? So look at number of control variables which could affect the ownership and the institutional and institutional. So I could increase the controls in this, which I've already done that, not including in this paper, but I've already kind of got the controls on that.
Okay.
So yeah. So this is the result basically. If you look at the post-split price, 0 to 10 significant, the dummy, and the institutional investors actually move out from the same range, which is minus 4.77. And if you look at the dummy of 11 to 20, again it is significant, 6.62, which is positively significant for individual investors, and institutional investors move out of this at the same range. 21 to 30 is significant again for individual investors, not significant for the institutional investors. And actually, then there is no significant till about 151. What is significant is that promoter holding is negative as compared to the delta change of the individual investors, and positive for the delta change for the institution. That is not significant. And some of the other control variables, the percentage of institutional investors is significant, positively significant against the delta of individual investors. So if there is higher amount of institutional ownership, the dispersion would be higher, which is understandable because the fact that if institutional control higher, then the promoter would like to disperse higher ownership, because he would not like to take control of the company through institutional investors. And the other control variables, nothing insignificant. Overall, the model is definitely significant. If you look at the primary market, 0 to 50 range is significant for the individual investors, and minus 14 for the institutional investors. They don't, institutional investors don't like low prices, where individual investors immediately lap up. Then further ranges obviously is not significant, but the percentage again for the promoter holding is negative for the dispersion of the individual investors. So low promoter holding, higher dispersion, targeting lower prices could be one of the links. And we could increase the promoter, some of the promoter controls and some of the company controls before the IPO, the health of the company, to increase some of the other variables. So the conclusion is that we find some anchoring bias for lower prices both in the primary and secondary market. Individual investors anchor around lower prices. For the secondary market, we found out 0 to 10 and 0 to 20. Even this ratio of 0 to 10, 0 to 20, even if you take the entire market of maybe 1,000, 2,000 companies, the highest amount of individual holding rest in these prices only. And then obviously the change also happens at these prices. If you kind of manipulate through split, the changes also kind of be positive. So there is some kind of an anchoring bias about at a very low range of 0 to 10 or 10 to 20, which could be some kind of an anchoring bias. And a nominal illusion maybe, which was done by Barrett, that the customer investors think that there is a higher amount of rise that could happen from a lower price stock. That could be a nominal, which we covered very this thing. Our empirical findings highlight the economics in the stock prices, how firms use anchors to target the desired ownership both in the primary and the secondary market. And firms target desired ownership both in the primary and the secondary by altering prices and targeting IPO issue in the market. These are some of the steps. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
So there is one in the chat box.
So the reason for institutional investors moving out, one is the increase in the bidder spread. So a larger amount of shares taken by the institutional investors, the cost of acquiring those shares becomes very high. So that's a very prominent kind of this thing. Second, which is very well captured in the literature. Second reason is that they don't want a very high volatility in the prices, because individual investors kind of distort the prices in the market if a lot of individual investors are there. So they would like to keep they would like to acquire at higher prices both in the IPO issue market as well as in the post-split. They don't like splits actually. They would like higher prices. And if you look at some of the larger nifty companies which have kept the higher prices as well, look at the individual ownership and look at the institutional ownership, which completely coincide with the fact that there is a kind of a bias towards a lower nominal prices. Yeah.
One last comment rather than a question. I think it might benefit, while you have found evidence in favor of an anchoring in the range of 0 to 30, it might be useful to unravel the mechanism why that becomes the relevant anchor. Of course, when we say anchor, that itself is an irrelevant, but what is the role possibly that it has? Why is it that they think that stocks at that price actually attract a lot of retail investors and therefore liquidity and therefore safe trading in that? Or is it that they mistakenly think that the stock price has fallen after post-split, therefore that has become less expensive? Unraveling that mechanism would be of good value.
Yeah. Agreed.
By the way, there is another question that you have from Jay Prakash. Please take a read. Can you see the question?
I'm only able to see the institutional investor question.
Okay, I will read it out. I mean, it's more like a comment. Is that promoters are exploiting retail investors by joining hands with anchoring, as recent IPOs has been an exit by anchors immediately after the lock-in? So it's an exploitation by the promoters stroke anchor investors.
So my feeling is that there is enough in literature to point out that promoters would target some kind of a ownership structure they want based on the percentage they hold in the company, and both between the individual and the institutional investors. They would like to keep a price depending upon what is their preferences and what benefit they want to drive from the institutional investors in long term. And if they want, and obviously if they want a lower price, then there are a lot of evidences in the market that the longer term performance of the stock also kind of dips if they kind of target lower prices, because then that also keeps the lower number of institutional investors in the market. So there are varied this thing, but definitely the promoters or the initial promoters would like to target a set ownership structure after the IPO and within the secondary market from any intervention point of view. Which is also covered by Thaler in his paper, that why companies kind of stick to this, the overall market sticks to this $25 and 35, and he explains through various reasons as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have come to the end of the session. Thank you.
Professor Joshi, if you could give the vote of thanks also so that we can end the conference.
Yeah. So we have come to the end of the last session. Over the last 2 days, we had many different sessions, you know, covering various aspects of how behavior influences our day-to-day decision making, be it in marketing or finance or other domains related to business or larger society. I'm sure that all of you have had great takeaways from the sessions which you had. I would like to wholeheartedly thank all the paper presenters, distinguished panelists, and all the attendees for making this conference a very meaningful retreat, despite the pandemic that is raging around us. I would like to especially thank Mr. Ravi Varanasi, Mr. Nagendra, and Tirthankar from NSE for their continued support to the center and for encouraging us to organize this event. I would like to thank the NSE CBS team, Richa, Divya, and Anushka for all their hard work in the background without being visible to make the conference a great success. Of course, we know that organizing a conference is no more about moving chairs and getting speakers and getting them onto stage, but it's all in digital world. And we would like to recognize the contributions of the technical team for organizing this without many glitches, or rather no glitches. Thank you, Jayanith, Nikul, and Harshit for your unstinted support in helping us run the sessions without any observable disruptions. Thank you all for the support from the facilities office. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the colleagues in the Center Executive Committee, Chairperson of the Center, Professor Arvind Sahai, and Director, Professor Aaron D'Souza, for their initiative and guidance to organize this conference. Please share your feedback, because this is the first conference that we have organized where we combine various disciplines together. I'm sure that there are a lot of ways by which we could make it a lot more effective and better in the next year and the coming years. Until then, please stay safe and take care. Best wishes. Thank you so much.